Good evening, everybody. Hi, welcome to Case by Case. I'm Amy, and tonight I have with me Amber, who is a lifelong friend of Ashley's, and we are going to talk about their history. We're going to talk about all of the things that um, correlate in her case and beyond. So, hello, Amber.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. So let me see here. Let me switch it over to comments. So let's talk about let's just jump right into it. Wow. I think I need to increase my fonts because I can't see very well.
I see. Good evening, Dawn and Jennifer. And I think it's Mommy Wolverine.
Yeah. So how are you tonight?
I'm good. It's a little chilly downstairs. I just had to turn up the heat down here.
I
Got
know
my
it's
tree up.
getting I haven't even got my tree up yet. Good Lord. I think we're gonna do that tomorrow morning. That's the plan. We'll see.
It's always fun. I never want to
It's
take mine down. I love it.
yeah, I never want to take mine down either. I
Man
love
has
putting it
mine
up.
up all year long, and I want to live that life.
Yeah.
I love
I
Man's
love putting
Christmas tree.
I love putting it up. I love decorating and then but when it comes time to take it down, I'm not so happy.
Me neither. I did a whole new theme this year, so
What's your theme?
I did white and gold, or white and silver. White and silver.
Okay.
So it's different. I don't know if I like it. It doesn't have color to it, so it's got to grow on me, I guess.
Okay. Well, I've had like several years of themes where I did like a whole Dr. Seuss theme and then I did a red and white theme and I think now we're doing like a more traditional theme where we have um like a rustic theme because like our family like the family room where we have the tree. We have like a rustic cabinet and TV that sits inside the cabinet, but it's a lot of work. So
Right. I feel
I'm
ya.
not so excited about all of that.
And then just to have it for a month to take it right back down.
Right, right, absolutely.
And I have a
Yes.
puppy, so I have to, threaten her with my Christmas tree because she liked to play with the bulbs.
Well, I have a couple of cats who likes to do the same thing. So,
I could not. I don't know if I would want a tree then.
oh no, it's funny to watch them because they know they're not supposed to touch the ornaments or play with the tree, but they climb underneath of it. And I have one cat that lays like she rolls over on her back like she's being like really submissive.
Yeah.
And then if you watch her within like 30 minutes, she starts to tap an ornament and then she starts to pull stuff off of it. And I'm like, hey. And she looks at me like, oh, you caught me. So,
One of our friends, mine and Ashley's, Aaron, his cat used to climb the tree and get at the very top, and it would start rocking. I'm like, man, I'm waiting for this tree to fall, and it never did. But I'd be waiting.
right.
I'd be like, man, Aaron, you better get that cat before your mom gets you. Ugh.
That's how I am with my cats. They look at me like, yeah, we're all on
Hey,
the same
Toby.
page here, but we're going to pretend that we're not.
You got to meet
Hey,
a very
Toby.
special guy because he is a great guy.
Huh?
Toby, he's a great guy. That's second
He is.
dad.
Okay, so let's get into this. So, you are a lifelong friend of Ashley's,
Yes.
and you're the first of many that I plan on in interviewing. And I know that you've known Ashley for a long time. So, tell me when, where, and how you met her, and um, Give me the juicy details.
So I would say me and Ashley met back in middle school. We kind of never really talked. We would talk like during class. We'd have some classes together. And then I was a sophomore in high school and she was a freshman. And I'll never forget, I invited one of my closer friends at the time to a party. And she's like, I'm going to Ashley's this weekend. Do you mind if she comes? Well, Ashley was like totally against hanging out. She's like, I'm not hanging out with her. Amber is a B word and it's just not going to happen. Well, we ended up going, and I feel like after that day, I was at Ashley's house every weekend. I never went home on the weekends after school. I just decided I was going to live at Toby's or Mam's house for the weekend, and I would go home maybe on Monday after school if I decided. If not, I'm coming back wherever, Mam's or Toby's.
So, and
Uh,
just to clarify, um, Toby is Ashley's dad. That's
yes,
her daddy. And Ma'am is Ashley's grandma. And
correct.
what I can from what I can tell and from my perspective, it's a very close-knit family. Even though over the years I think they've had their differences. Um, I envy all of them because my family is not that way. I like literally I have no family. My parents are both gone and I have a sister and a brother and my sister has passed away and I have a brother who is pretty distant. So when I look at this in the circumstances between the, you know, Ashley's dad, Ashley's stepdad, mom, stepmom, ma'am, all of them, and how they pull together, it's really it's really something that I admire. And
That's why I always went over there. That's what I always
yeah,
missed from my family.
that's great. And I
I could
think
always
that
talk to them, go to them for anything wrong with the
yeah,
car. Dad was always there to help. Amber, no, you don't need an oil change. It's fine.
and see, that's one of the things that, like, just in the past year, me getting to know the entire family, I have been really taken back on the narrative or the perception of how Ashley herself has been betrayed in the media or in the social media, how negative, like the negativity that's been spread of her. And then I have gotten to know her family and where she came from and her life story. I'm like, oh my God,
Yeah, the
this is
negativity I can
this
say
is
is
nowhere near.
not
It's
her at
nowhere
all.
near what's true at all. Go
If they
ahead.
would just take 2 minutes, that's all it would take is to sit down and talk to her for 2 minutes and just show them, it would be a whole different outcome of what they would think of her.
You know, and I think that truly that's why I'm here. Like when I went into this thinking that, I'm just going to reach out to get information, thinking that, here's a woman, she's a young woman that's been imprisoned and time has gone by and maybe she's willing to talk and tell the truth about what transpired.
Yep.
Not not about anything but her case because her case to me never made sense. And literally she came at me with like daggers drawn. So
Listen, and
I'm
I
like
feel it because
I'm like, okay, calm down. And then when she started telling me her side of the story, and I said, okay, I'm going to look into it for you. And I think that even way back then, she thought I was full of BS, but I did. I truly took the time to look into things, pull up records, and sort of like do a behind the scenes research case where nothing that she told me was ever false. And that's what made me really compelled to listen. That the truth that she was telling me, and she kept telling me, "This is my truth. This is my story." And I could cry right now talking about it, understanding where she's at and what she's been through, and the fact that she feels responsible for being where she is because she was acquaintance to Garrett and she was involved in the situation that she is. But nobody would have ever thought that they would have found themselves where she found herself. And no one has the answers to how you behave or how you find a way out alive. And in her case, that's where she found herself. She was struggling to figure out where she went from there and how she could get home alive.
Yeah.
And her story just to me was so compelling that, I had to drop everything. I had to really stop covering everything like in the Delphi case and, Garrett Kurtz and, where he became involved. And when I heard her, I really heard her. And after following through with all of the directions that she gave me, and I started to see, oh my God, this girl really might be wrongfully convicted. And she didn't know how to defend herself. And there was nobody on the outside willing to step up and defend her. I just fell into that role. It's crazy, but I wouldn't take not one step backwards. I am committed to this. I am committed to her. I'm committed to her family.
Right. That's me. Like I can say so me and Ashley's relationship has never always been the greatest. We've always had our patches where we could go months without talking. I've never a lot of my life until the past I want to say 4 years now has been a rough time. Um Back in 2014, I did my first time in prison in Indiana. I went to prison in Indiana for a year for a possession of marijuana. My car was made for a common nuisance charge. I did a year in Indiana. When I got out, I was in a relationship. Didn't talk to anyone. I cut off myself from the family. I was in a very mentally, physically, and um, abusing relationship. I couldn't talk to my family. My family couldn't be able to come see me because I lived down in Indiana. They were here in Ohio now. So it was a 5 hour drive. And of course, my girlfriend at the time, she told me I couldn't have any of my family over. My brother came one weekend and it was the worst time ever. I would talk to Ashley and here and there when I could reach out to her and I was away from, where I could reach out and talk to her and she'd be like, Amber, what are you doing? Like, you need to leave. Like, that's not a good thing. Ma'am and dad's here if you need somewhere to stay. And I'm like, Ash, I can't. I wanted to be a grown up at this time. I knew better. I knew everything. I had the answers to everything. I didn't want anyone to tell me I was in the wrong. Um, it took me 4 years to get out of that relationship. I got out of that relationship, and me and Ashley picked up just like we were never apart. That's when I learned about Garrett, and I was not a fan of him. He was around before, but I never really knew of him. She always just referred to him as a boyfriend, because she knew I'd always try to give them the talk that I would kick their butt if they ever broke her heart because that was my little sister to me. Um, So then I learned about Garrett, and then Garrett started answering her phone, and he'd tell me she was sleeping or she was gone to Mam's, and she'd be back. He'd have her call me, and of course, I'd wait around. She'd never call me, and then I'd get a message like, "Hey, you got time to talk?" And I'd be at work, so it'd be like a hit and miss with us talking. And then when everything happened, I ended up going to prison again in 2018, and I spent 3 years in prison, so I didn't talk to anyone. was a very rough
So,
time.
okay, so let's back up. So, the relationship with Ashley and Garrett when she came back from Florida, do you recall exactly when that was? Because I mean, I have the dates based on what she's told me, but you, as a friend, an outsider looking in,
So
when
when
when do you remember her coming back?
so she went to Florida, I was still in the relationship with Amanda. I want to say I left Amanda in April of that year.
April of 2018.
Yes, 2018.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm horrible with dates, but as soon as you say it, yes, because I went to prison that year too. So I left Amanda in April, and I came home, and that's right when Ashley like asked what happened, because of course that's when she was with Garrett before, and he kind of stopped talking. She stopped talking to me before because of him. So when I came home from prison,
Did you ever okay, so stopping right there, did you ever get a chance, like, on the side to ask her, like, "What the hell?"
no,
Like,
because he was always around. She always could only like, and you could tell by the way she was talking. It was very short sentences to the point. So I'd just be like, all right, Ash, hit me up when you can. Like I knew, I guess, because I've been in that type of relationship before. I know the
uh-huh.
signs, so I didn't want, if it is that type of relationship, I'm not about to alarm someone. Even friends
Okay,
now,
and
I'm iffy on
that's, like
talking like,
that's in, like, April, March of 2018?
yep.
Okay,
And then I left
so
Amanda, and I came home, was able to talk to her. We talked here and there, probably like maybe 2 times before I went
okay,
to prison. And then I was
so
gone for 3 years.
okay, so let's talk about that. So you went to prison for 3 years. Which prison did
I
you go
was
to?
I was at Ohio prison for women.
In Ohio.
Yes, and then I went to Cleveland's Northeast pre-release my last year. My last about 7 months I went there, and then my last 90 days I went to halfway house, and then I was there for like 30 days. My mom and dad begged me to come home. I told them I wasn't for sure if I was ready. Day 45, I told my dad that he could come and get me if that's really what they wanted, because they really wanted me home. I wasn't for sure if I was ready to come home with,
So,
my
well,
nephews.
okay, backing
My
up,
ne-
what was your actual charge for going to prison for 3 years?
so I was charged with 5 counts of aggravated robbery. My boyfriend at the time, he told me his mom sent him money. So I took him to the gas station here in town on Cleveland Street. It's a gas station, it's a small one. I parked literally at the gas pump. 2 days later, I see on TV that there was a robbery at the gas station. Clearly, you can see my car. Well, it was my mom's car. And I call my mom, like, Mom, you got to come home. I go and I talk to the police, tell them everything. I am released. 3 days later, I come upstairs because my room was in the basement, and I look out the back window, and the house was surrounded by the SWAT team, and I end up getting questioned. My two co-defendants put it on me because, of course, I told what happened. So they put, nope, she was with me on every single time. So since I had two co-defendants against me, I ended up getting 3 years. My other co-defendant got 5 years, and then one got 12 years. And he had four prior robberies before those five.
So, when you went to the gas station, you had no idea that he was anticipating going in and robbing?
Not at all. He didn't have a gun, anything on him. I don't even quite know what he would have used that I would have seen,
Uh-huh.
because the only thing that I know is, he walked in with nothing on him. Not even a cell phone, because he didn't even have a phone. It got stolen a week or two before that. But he
Wow.
always wore like baggier shirts, I guess, but I never really paid attention to him. We always argued, so I tried to just avoid him. I don't even know why I was in a relationship. I kind of just felt sorry for him, I guess you'd say. And my cousin was dirty back in the day, so it was kind of like a revenge relationship, to be honest.
Mhm.
Nothing good. But definitely coming home from prison, this is the best I've been in my entire life. And I couldn't be in a better spot than where I'm at now.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about your job. Let's talk about where you are now and
So I've been
your
home for 3 years. I've been in a relationship for a year. I have two stepdaughters. I work at the foundry here in town. I'm an overhead crane operator, so I don't really work that hard. Not gonna lie at all.
No,
Um,
but you no, but you are. You do work because I know that we've for the past like month or so we've corresponded every single day and I'm at work, you're at work and
then I do work on the weekends. I do work McDonald's on the weekends.
yeah, so you have 2 jobs, but you do
But
work. Like your
yeah,
hours are like mine. You get up at the morning crack and go to work. You're
4:30.
up at like 4:30, yeah, and you work all day, and
Yep,
you do that 5
we
days
go
a
in at
week.
5. I start at 5. We don't have an out time, so it just depends on how long it takes us to get our stuff done. So we could go in and have like 14 containers, and it could take us till 3 o'clock, or we could have 6 containers, and it take us till 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. It just depends on how the day goes.
Okay, hold on. I'm reading a comment here.
That's what I was just talking
Yeah.
to
I might need to, like, switch my glasses because
do. You had both of them
my
on, so I'm glad they're real convenient.
yeah, so this says hold on. Give me a second. Guys, okay. Good evening. I've done some reading where there is speculation that Kurtz might have been involved in the Delphi murders of 2 young girls. Okay, so let me address this really quick. Um,
Stop.
First of all, Kurtz could be or could not be involved in a lot of things. He is an habitual liar, he is a narcissist, and he is a capital pathological liar. So I had planned on, as we go further in depth into covering this case, in compiling all of the instances where Garrett throws other people under the bus for Delphi. However, it's as ironic as all of it may seem, I cannot, what's the word? I can't take back the fact that, you know, law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, Doug Carter, the Indiana State Police have always, from the beginning, made this case out to be this huge facade of an undertone of a lot of tentacles. That's the word they use, tentacles. And even at the press conference after they arrested Rick Allen, they say that they believe there are other people involved. It's an ongoing investigation. Therefore, today is not the day. Do I think that Garrett Kurtz has factual knowledge of the Delphi murders? Honestly, I do not know. I don't think Garrett Kurtz himself is involved with the Delphi murders, but do I think that between his interactions with the Paladinos, his interactions with the meth group that he was involved in and being in and out of the prisons or jails? Did he come across somebody who had vital information? I do not know. Um,
I agree.
he he is very quick to point the finger and to add validity to what he says um, is frustrating because he points the finger at so many people about so many different things. And when it comes to Ashley, I'm very guarded because I feel as though out of everything in his life, I truly believed that he loved Ashley. And the fact that Ashley put him out of her house, was done with him, he really had a hard time dealing with that. And when he was arrested for Nicole's murder and Ashley was arrested for Nicole's murder, I think the detectives used that as leverage and were telling Garrett that Ashley was saying things about Delphi that involved him. And she was saying this, she was saying that. And if you go back and you listen to Open Secrets and you listen to all of the interviews that he's ever done, he says what he says about Ashley, but it's followed up with and reiterated by, she loved me and she said this. She said this and she's supposed to love me. She's throwing me under the bus, but yet she loves me. It's all about what he feels is right and wrong in a relationship between him and Ashley, and the fact that if she loved him, she would never tell on him. And that is his vengeance. So I I honestly don't know when it comes to Garrett, when it comes to Delphi, I don't think that I honestly I think that I do believe, God, I feel like a retard because I keep going back and forth. I think that some of the people that Garrett's connected with, especially the Paladinos and the rumors that circulate around there and all of the secrecy, could there be a Paladino connection to the Delphi murders? Yes. But I also believe that the Paladinos would also have to be connected to Richard Allen, because I believe that Richard Allen is the man on the bridge, based on his own account, based on his attire, based on what he's wearing, and the fact that he admits that he was there. But it's all so crazy as to you're there, you're on the first platform, you're wearing this, you're watching a stock ticker, or you're on your phone, whatever the case may be, there has to be a why. In this case, there has to be a why. There has to be a motive, there has to be a why. And that is what is lacking with the Richard Allen scenario. And that is why I personally support the due process in this case. It is not a matter of who's guilty or who did what or who's not been investigated. The fact of the matter is that you have a man who has been brought in from left field into a murder case that otherwise would have never been suspected, and we need to know why. And he deserves due process. So everyone, including the families, can sleep at night. Him being on the bridge is one thing. If he pulled a weapon and he's the man who said down the hill, I don't care what happened beyond that. Richard Allen is responsible not only for the kidnapping of those two girls, but also the murder. Flat out, period, point blank. But we need to make sure the right person is charged. And right now it's Richard Allen. And you have to allow him the due process of a defense to prove that he wasn't there when they said he was there, or he was there, but he has an alibi as to when he left the bridge off the first platform and went where. So all of this bullshit of removing his attorneys, you know, not agreeing with what motions or the memorandum for the Franks hearing, all of that applies. All of that to me is foreshadowing doubt on, is Richard Allen really BG? Let it play out. Stop fighting. Stop fighting the defense. Let them put on their case and let's see where it goes. That's what I have to say. But all of this in relationship to Ashley's case, when you have, to me, in Ashley's case, she got caught up in a situation that she had no idea was about to happen, where Garrett was going to bring his side girl to a trailer where he had left his ex girlfriend sitting for hours upon hours upon hours, to the point where she's reaching out, making phone calls, claiming she doesn't know where she's at. Where's Garrett? I'm getting nervous. I've been sitting here all day and all night. And for those of you who want to argue with me, I'm telling you it's coming. In Talitha's video, it's all put out there. Those are the facts. That's what Ashley did. The phone records should tell that, yet we know the phones were investigated, but yet none of them were brought into trial. Why? I don't know. Or we can claim we don't know. But you take that situation and the fact that two females are put in a situation to confront each other who don't like each other, who believe the other one is out to get the other one over a guy who seems to think he controls the both of them. There's an altercation, and this crazy intervention happens where Garrett snatches up Nicole and begins to strangle her. And Ashley is watching not only someone's life being taken, but also the fact that the same thing happened to her a month and a half prior. You compile all of that, then you put her in a position to be blamed for all these accusations about Delphi. Where and how should she combat? Should she combat any of that? Can she? I mean, there was no microphone put in front of her face where she can come up and defend herself. There was no storyline that she was given the opportunity to defend. She was arrested. She told her story, and she was put in the Newton County Jail. And here we are, 4 years later, where she still, to this day, doesn't feel like she's worthy of defending herself. You know why? Because she feels so guilty about the lives that were lost. She feels guilty about Nicole and the fact that she wasn't able to intervene and help. You're going to hear that in her second interview, where she tells the detective, I didn't do anything and I didn't do anything to help her. The guilt of that has weighed so heavy on her heart and on her brain that it's been really hard for her to get past all of this. And you guys can say what you want, but until you're in a position like that, where You watch someone's life being taken right before your eyes, and you know that you're incapable of intervening. That has to weigh heavy. If Ashley didn't have a heart or soul and she didn't have, um, some sort of value to life, none of that would bother her, but it bothers her tremendously. It bothers her to the point where she's gone through counseling. She has gone through, therapy for night terrors and feeling guilty, and the fact that she wasn't able to help someone's life be saved, and then here we are with her own life in the balance and sitting in prison for a crime that she had she was there, yes, but she had no participation in it, and then after the fact, she was pretty much held captive and kidnapped until she could get to a voice or she could get her voice out to someone that she felt she could trust, which is Jeff. And it's all really frustrating. It really is. It makes me sad. It makes me
Hey,
sad for
Annie,
Nicole's family. Yeah.
can you address the comment? Have you asked Ashley why none of them done anything to stop Garrett?
Okay, hold on. I have to look at it. Let me see. My glasses are really bad. Okay, so thank you for your interest. Okay. Okay. So addressing this is where we get into the Q&A part of this stream. So you have to understand the scenario and how all of this went down. Um, Garrett takes Ashley to Jasmine's trailer on Wednesday, the 27th, after them staying in a hotel that Ashley's friend had gotten for them because she had been put in the hospital again by Garrett. I've gone over that. It's on, like, I think the backstory or the initial, live stream that I did, that where we went over all of the, first interrogation videos of Garrett. But there's an emergency room visit where Ashley's taken into the emergency room. She's unconscious, and Garrett tells them that she had been in an ATV accident and they had been performing CPR. Why? Ashley, when she wakes up and she comes to, doesn't correct the record, that falls into a status of domestic violence. It was easier for her to say, yeah, that's what happened versus lay there in the bed and argue, because in Ashley's mind, this is just another run of the day mill situation that Garrett has put her in. So she called a friend. The friend picks them up. The interview is on, one of the lives that I've done where Garrett shows a knife and basically intimidates him to take him and Ashley where they want to go. But anyway, they end up at Jasmine's trailer, and that's on a Wednesday night, which is March 27th. Garrett takes her there under the pretense that he's going to get a tattoo that Chris Mathis owes him. When I'm done, I'm going to take you home. So this is Wednesday, the 27th. They get there, and Ashley says, it doesn't really make any sense. The tattoo equipment is there, but whatever he needs to do the tattoos, they can't find. They keep looking and looking and looking, but nothing comes of it. So that is what Ashley has told me months ago. Once I got the interrogation videos that now I have provided on my YouTube channel, Garrett pretty much confirms that. They get there, Chris is supposed to be giving him a tattoo. They're looking for some piece of equipment that goes with the tattoo gun that they can't find. They look and look and look and look for hours, and Garrett ends up falling asleep. So they do fall asleep there. Ashley falls asleep on the couch in Jasmine's living room, right next to the coffee table where the lamp is, where she has her cigarettes, her drink, and right where the scarf is laid out. The next morning, when Ashley wakes up, Garrett's already up, Chris is gone, Jasmine is there, and there's a new person in the trailer whose name is Mikey Hiddle. Ashley gets up and they introduce her to Mikey Hiddle and they say, "Hey, this is Jasmine's friend." And he's going to give Garrett a ride to Delphi to go get drugs. So Ashley and Garrett begin to argue. I have an audio recording, which I haven't played yet. I haven't revealed yet because I don't have Mikey's permission to air it. However, you can go to a Criming Shame YouTube channel and type in Nicole Bowen, and she interviewed Mikey Hiddle several years ago, where Mikey Hiddle says the same thing. Mikey Hiddle's called over there to give a guy who he doesn't know, Garrett, a ride to go buy meth. So Ashley's upset because she wants to leave. She wants to go home. And Garrett's getting in the car with Mikey to go to Delphi. Well, Ashley's family lives in Delphi. So anywhere near Delphi is home to her. She can be dropped off. Mikey Hiddle confirms with me that Garrett and Ashley were arguing. She wasn't happy about the situation. She wanted to leave, but he really didn't know why. He's new to this situation. He came over for Jasmine. All he was going to do was give Garrett a ride. The rest of the boyfriend girlfriend argument wasn't really his concern. But Garrett tells Ashley he's going to run me to the gas station to get whatever. We'll swing back by here and pick you up, and then we'll go out to Delphi and we'll drop you off. She says, okay. She goes back in the house. Mikey and Garrett leave and never come back. So the bullshit story of we're going to go to the gas station, we'll come back by here and get you, that was BS. However, Mikey, on a Criming Shame, goes into detail, and the interview that I did with him also goes into detail about what happens next. So Mikey drives Garrett all the way to Delphi, which is about an hour and 5 minutes. On the way there, Garrett does nothing but talk about what he's going to do to Nicole. He wants her gone. She's a snitch. They got pulled over. There were drugs in the car. Nicole blamed him, said all the drugs and the paraphernalia belonged to him. She was going to do work with the drug task force in Lafayette. So she had to go. He was going to kill her. And he even describes that the worst thing about someone dying is the sound they make when they're being strangled. This is what he tells Mike Hiddle. It's on Criming Shame's YouTube channel. Go look it up. Look up Nicole Bowen on her channel, and the interview is there. He describes all of this. So Mikey thinks Garrett is full of shit. He's blowing smoke. He's talking crap. He's not going to kill this girl, yada, yada, yada. They get to Delphi and they roll up on the Palladino compound, which is Hodges Drive. There's multiple trailers there. They get out of the car and they go in to Jason Palladino's trailer. Mikey says he goes to the bathroom. Now, I'm going to like overlap Mikey's interview on a crime and shame and my interview that I did that I have recorded. But trust me, I'm not going to sit here and tell you anything that's not true. But Mikey says they go into Palladino's trailer. Mikey says he goes into the bathroom. Garrett goes into another room with Jason, and they begin to fill a torch tank. I have no idea what that is, what it means, but they're filling a torch tank. I don't know how long that takes. Mikey doesn't really elaborate on the time frame that they're there in Jason's trailer, but he does specify that there is no talk of Nicole at that time. So they leave Jason's trailer, they come out, and they walk around back to a second trailer, which sits directly behind Palladino's trailer. They go in. Talitha's in this trailer. They get high, smoking meth with Talitha. He doesn't elaborate on the time. He doesn't say any phone calls or anything that transpired during that time, other than the fact that they get high and they go out the front door to leave. So now it's Garrett, Mikey, and Talitha who are leaving the property in Mikey's car. The three of them get in Mikey's car. This is per Mikey, and they begin to drive down Hodges Drive. 3/4 down the drive, Nicole Bowen pulls up. Garrett says, "Stop the car. Let me out." He gets out. He gets in Nicole's car, and apparently the consensus is that Garrett and Nicole are going to follow Mikey and Talitha to Mikey's apartment. So they all proceed. Mikey and Talitha get to Mikey's apartment. They're there. Now, this is where the story gets sketchy because in Mikey's interview with A Criming Shame, Mikey says that Garrett and Nicole never show up to his apartment. Yet, Garrett, Nicole, and Talitha arrive at Jasmine's trailer hours later, the three of them in Nicole's car, and Mikey is not with them. So remember that. Backing up, introducing Talitha's interrogation video. Talitha claims that her and Mikey went on to Mikey's apartment. Garrett and Nicole were supposed to follow, but they didn't. However, time lapsed, and finally, Garrett and Nicole showed up. They showed up, they hung out at Mikey's apartment for over 3 hours. And when it came time to leave, Mikey wasn't leaving with them. It was just the three of them, Garrett, Nicole, and Talitha, which is exactly who showed up at Jasmine's trailer. So, backing up, after I've said all of that, backing up to the comment about why didn't anyone say anything. So, based on what I do know, is that Thursday morning, Garrett left with Mikey Hiddle. Ashley thought Garrett and Mikey were leaving to go to a gas station. They were going to come back and pick her up and then go on to Delphi so she could be dropped off. That didn't happen. They never came back and got her. So she's sitting there twiddling her thumbs in a trailer owned by a girl by the name of Jasmine that she had never met. Garrett went on to Delphi to Jason Palladino's house, which is exactly where Ashley thought he was going. So she's sitting in this trailer, twiddling her thumbs. Jasmine, who is a meth head, Ashley, who also does meth. Jasmine starts to clean. Ashley gets up, starts to help her. Let's be congenial here. I know you don't know me, but I'm going to help you. You've been nice. You've allowed me to stay here. I don't know where he went. I don't know when he's going to be back. So I'm kind of stuck here versus calling a family member who lives 2 hours away, who's going to get mad because I'm caught up in a fucking situation again that I shouldn't be in because of Garrett. Ashley decides to hang out. I'm just gonna stay here. But after hours and hours and hours pass, and there's no phone call from Garrett, there's no messages from Garrett, no information as to what's going on. She's starting to feel shitty about being left in this girl's trailer that she doesn't know. So she starts making phone calls. And the only person that she knows to call, because Garrett doesn't have a working phone, is Talitha. Talitha has a working phone. Talitha lives on Hodges Drive, where Ashley knew Garrett was going. So Ashley starts to call Talitha to ask her, hey, have you seen Garrett? Has he been there? What's going on? And Talitha pretty much blows her the fuck off, hangs up. Ashley calls back. Do you know where I'm at? Do you know where's Garrett? I am in Kentland. I have no idea where I'm at. I've been sitting here for like 10 hours. I'm nervous. I don't think he's coming back. Have you seen him? What's going on? Talita gives her a bullshit explanation and then hangs up on her and blocks her. She blocks her so she can no longer contact her on Facebook. So when Garrett and Talitha and Nicole arrive at Jasmine's, Ashley is completely blindsided, and everything unfolds from there. That is why Ashley I can only speak for Ashley. That is why Ashley wasn't able to stop or prevent anything. It was complete chaos from the moment Ashley knew who walked into the trailer, period. What is up with that sound? Savannah, your comment, I understand the backstory 100%. However, Ashley would then know that it takes time to strangle someone to the point they pass. Why not try to stop him? Um, I think that by this, okay, first of all, I think you have to back up to understand the fear that was illuminating in Ashley at that point in time. I don't think that she had any idea that Garrett's intent was to show back up with Nicole. She was trying to get home. She had just came out of the hospital again, and she had already gone through this strangulation, hog-tied, strangled unconscious, and the fact that he was probably going to cut her up and dispose of her body scenario, which is why she kept her distance from him from January 21st until the end of February when he violated the restraining order. Um, I think that come to she had come to reason to the fact that it was easier to keep her mouth shut and stand there in silence versus combat him. On this particular night, I am telling you, and when you listen to both of her interrogation videos, Ashley really believed that that her life was supposed to have been taken that night as well. When Garrett showed back up with Nicole and Ashley came out of the bedroom after hearing his voice and Nicole is standing there, the both of them were in shock. Like, what the fuck? Ashley's upset and mad that she had been left there since the morning time at a place that she had never been before. He had not responded to her texts. He had not responded to her phone calls from Jasmine's phone. She had no word from anyone. And not only did Garrett show up, but Talitha as well. And she had contacted Talitha knowing that Garrett was going to the Palladino residence where Talitha lived. That's why she contacted Talitha, like, hey, Garrett's supposed to be coming there. Have you seen him? What's going on? I haven't heard from him. I'm stuck out here in Kentland. I don't know where I'm at. And then for them to show up hours later together, she's standing there freaking dumbfounded, like, what the F? And then Nicole is there. Nicole, who had been threatening her on Facebook, who had been seeing Garrett months before when Ashley and Garrett were together, and then they break up. She puts Garrett out, and the two of them continue to see each other. And Nicole continues to harass Ashley. And I'm not saying Ashley didn't respond or combat her, but the fact of the matter is that Garrett was initially in a relationship with Ashley. Garrett chose to step out and start seeing Nicole. That's his prerogative. But for Nicole to come at Ashley like she's a dumb bitch and threaten her is really not fair. That puts Ashley in a whole different category of not only being a victim, but also being a jealous woman, not because she thinks that Garrett's worth keeping, but the fact that her pride's been hurt. I mean, anybody would feel the same way. You can't take away the humanity out of all of this. And then to be put in the situation that Ashley was put in, and then him show back up after hours of leaving her there, after putting her in the hospital, and he shows up with Nicole. So what is she supposed to do? What is she supposed to say? Oh my God, so good to see you. I'm so glad you're back. What is she supposed to say? Other than, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Why did you bring her here? Her not knowing what his intentions were leaves her completely in the dark. And the fact of the matter is, if she was involved in a conspiracy, if she had been over at Jason Palladino's conspiring to kill Nicole, first of all, you have to ask yourself, what did she benefit or gain by doing that? Was Garrett the prize? The guy that she had kicked out? The guy that had attempted to murder her? The guy that she had a restraining order against? Was he the prize? Okay, let's say he was. Two, you've got Garrett hanging out at Palladino's house with his newfound girlfriend, Nicole. Where does Ashley fit into attending any kind of day or night conversation at that residence when the four of them, Jason Palladino, Talitha Beckley, Garrett Kurtz, and Nicole Bowen, are all staying there? What and how does Ashley fit in to that scenario where there would be any conversation for a conspiracy to commit murder to be hatched at that point in time from January 21st, which was is when she kicked him out. He broke in, he strangled her, hogtied her, duct taped her. He was arrested. He was in jail for a week and a half. He got out. You can look at his Facebook messages where he's talking about him and Nicole being engaged, him and Nicole this, him and Nicole that. Nicole is posting things directly to Ashley aggressively. And then on February 28th, he comes in Ashley's back door when she's home and her stepdad is there. He's charged with violating the restraining order, but instead of being put back in jail on the violation, he's only charged with invasion of privacy. So that puts us at March or February 28th. 13 days later, he murders Ray Hainish. And the bottom line and the facts are is that Nicole was there in Ray's apartment, not Ashley. Ashley's phone was found there. Yes, that is because Garrett took her phone when he broke into her house back in January. That's a fact. And if no one wants to believe me, do me a favor, spend your money, put in your FOIA request, get the documentation from not only White County, but Carroll County, where both of these charges overlap. Ashley was not there. Her phone was by Garrett being left, yet no one has ever come out on either side and emphatically made it clear that Ashley Garth was not involved with the Ray Hainish case. Up until 2 months ago, I have listened to YouTube creators who are directly connected with not only Nicole's family, Nicole's aunt, but also friends and family of Ray's who have allowed the YouTube creators to go on live and publicly and continue to state that Garrett Kurtz and Ashley Garth catfished on Grinder Ray Hainish. Ashley Garth and Garrett were at Ray Hainish's house partying. That is not true. It's not true. So everyone can be mad. Nicole's family can be mad at me. Ray's family can be mad at me for simply stating the facts. However, Ashley has taken enough blame for things that she's not responsible for, including Nicole's death. But on top of that, she has been blamed for conspiracies. She has been implicated in Ray Hainish's case. She has been implicated in the Delphi case because people wanted to go out on a limb and say that Derek German testified against her in a case that cost her the custody of her son. So therefore, Abby and Libby lost their lives because Ashley ordered Garrett to kill them for revenge. Okay. And any of you who are listening to this who do not believe a word I'm saying, You need to do your research. And if you are listening to this and you are a YouTube creator who spewed these lies and conspiracies, I'm not going to say shame on you. What I'm going to say is do me a favor and come out and set the record straight, because those are all lies. Those are all conspiracy theories. And the fact of the matter is that the truth in the Nicole Bowen murder needs to come out. And if the truth means that Ashley didn't participate and Ashley wasn't a part of a conspiracy, you need to admit that. There are other people out there who are involved in this that you all have not looked at as intensively as you've looked at when it comes to Ashley. So do me a favor, do the research and do it correctly. If Ashley's guilty, I'll be the first one to say it. But I can tell you right now, everything that I have done in the past year, all the research I have done in the past year has been shocking. The truth is shocking. Ashley did not participate. And you all literally threw her under the bus. You all implicate her in lies and conspiracies that she wasn't a part of. And she really didn't know how to defend herself. Her family really didn't know how to defend her. But that's all going to change right now. So let me get back to the chat. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Um, yes, that's true. Forced himself into the trailer. Motive is that her blood was boiling over. All the shit between her and Nicole, plus being on meth, would have amplified the feelings. I don't know about how the meth would have affected all of this. The fact that her blood was boiling over, I don't think that's necessarily true. Um, Ashley had made several attempts prior to 2019 to alleviate her life of Garrett. She moved to Florida. She was gone for almost a year. Actually, she was gone for over a year. And she went to rehab, got her life back together. Literally, and I'm not making excuses for her at all, but Ashley's life without Garrett was really on the right track. And the second that it wasn't, and she had time to realize that her life wasn't on the right track, she fixed it. She went to Florida, enrolled in rehab through the Red Cross. I have documentation. Um, and she was there for 6 months. She got her life back together. Yet, you have to understand that her family is here, her son is here. And I don't care what any of you say because you don't know. But her family, her direct family, who has helped raise Chevy, who has been involved in Ashley's life since the day that she was born, will tell you Ashley was a hell of a mother. Despite her inadequacies, despite her drug use, she was always a hard worker. She got up every day, went to work, worked overtime, worked 2 jobs, but her son was a priority. And she never faltered with that. So her moving to Florida wasn't a shock to anybody as far as her family goes. She got her life together. She came back and unfortunately wasn't strong enough to survive because Garrett was getting out of work release. He claimed he was clean, which he probably was. She was clean. They thought getting back together was a good idea. However, it was not. And it didn't take her long before she realized what the effery she had got herself into, and she kicked him out. It took 2 weeks after kicking him out where he broke in and did what he did. And from January 21st until February 28th, she kept him at a distance as much as she could, trying to keep a stable life for herself, her son, her job. He popped up, he came to her job, he threatened her family, he would show up. She was trying to stay away. He violated the restraining order on February 28th. The police were called because he was violating a restraining order. He bonded out the same day. What do you expect a woman to do? What do you expect a woman to do? She has a child. She's living on her own. She's in the process of packing up and moving back home again to be safe. And he violates the restraining order. And he's not even charged with violating the restraining order. He's charged with invasion of privacy. So, what do you expect her to do? I mean, she's not Wonder Woman. She's living in Carroll County. She's living in Delphi, where apparently domestic violence, abuse, being beat up, hogtied, strangled to your unconscious doesn't really, you know, hit the level of a felony and will let you out. And then 3 weeks later, you can violate the restraining order, and we're still not going to hold you accountable for that. What do you expect her to do? That's where all of this falls. Okay, continuing on to the chat. So let me see here. Yeah, she might have loved Garrett to a certain extent, but you can love who you love, but does that change his behavior? What does that mean? That doesn't negate the love she had for Garrett. Okay, so she should be held accountable and be found guilty because she loved someone who abused the hell out of her, beat her, choked her unconscious, cheated on her, and then put her in a position to then bring the girl he was cheating on her with into her, I don't know what you want to call it, um, into her sphere because he had incorporated this girl that he was cheating with. He had inclined her to be a part of another murder and stealing of items, stealing of a wallet, credit cards, a phone, a car, a TV, and they're arrested together. And during that arrest, she decides to basically lay blame on him and his cohort, which is Jason Palladino. Ashley's supposed to feel responsible for that. I mean, at what point do you draw the line of being realistic in reality and a woman who is so love stricken for someone that they'll kill for them 2 days after that person put them in the hospital and 6 months before she had left the entire state to get away from him and get herself clean? I don't think that Ashley was that stupid of a woman to be that head over heels for someone, but she wasn't stupid enough to stand up to him when she really needed to because she knew that her own life was in danger. That's the difference. Savannah, Dawn, yeah, been there a few times myself. First was when I was 13 to 17 and I escaped with a ninth old on my own. So please don't tell me about DV. Fully get that side. Okay. Well, Amber, I definitely do it. Was not easy and went back the first time. The second time I stayed away and almost went back. Okay, this is Ginger. Ginger says, "Hey, sweet mother of dragons. Love you, girl." From Mother of Dragons to GP. GP Greeno covered a lot of this case also, and Ed Bounds. Yeah, I've talked to them both. Ginger, Ed Bounds definitely has a lot of insight as far as the relationship between Garrett and Nicole. Um, so, and before I go any further, I'm going to ask you, do you want me to convey what Ed Bounds told me? Um, you can say yes or no, and I'll follow up with that before we get off here tonight. But I'm going to tell you right now that the conversations that I have with Ed Bounds, I have recorded, I have them on audio, and his research on the situation. Um, I don't know if you would agree with in regards to what his research revealed about Nicole. So I've kept that under wraps. I'm not here to shame or blame a victim by any means. Nicole is a victim, and I feel so bad for her. I feel so bad for Ashley because Garrett was a master manipulator. And I know that Ashley knew both sides of Garrett and she knew how to survive in his presence. I don't think that Nicole did. And Garrett took advantage of that. And when I'm all done covering this case and I'm all done going over the interviews, the interrogation interviews, the court documents, the phone calls, um, it's going to be really revealing. And I'm not trying to hold anything back. I'm trying to tell a story so that it makes sense for all sides. Nicole needs to get justice. Her boys need to understand that their mother's life was taken horrifically, but not by anything that she really did um, negatively in her life. This is all a bad sense of circumstances. Ashley, same thing. She was biding time. She thought she was going to deal with the situation at hand to save her own life. And at the end of the day, it ended up costing her her life because, as far as I'm concerned, 48 years is a life sentence. And I'm telling you right now, Ashley did not participate. Ashley was set up. Ashley was put in a position that she had no knowledge of or control over. And the simple fact of the matter is, if she was involved in a conspiracy, if she was involved in conspiring to kill Nicole, she would have most definitely walked into the interrogation room with a different story other than, I didn't like her. I wanted to fuck her up. She had been messing with my boyfriend. If there was a conspiracy, that would have not been the truth she told. But that was her truth because that's all she knew was that she was in this place beyond her control. Garrett shows up with her rival, the girl who had been threatening her on Facebook, that they had been going back and forth over this piece of shit guy. That was her story. It wasn't, "Oh my god, I don't know." She didn't have a made up story. She told the truth, her truth. And the fact that Garrett had to go out and find someone else to help him dispose of a body. Well, if there was a conspiracy involved, why wouldn't have Ashley followed through with helping him eliminate a life, taping, tying, rolling up, carrying out to the car, and the disposing of. Why did he have to get someone else to help him? You have to put all of this into perspective. So I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to blame. I'm just here to tell you what I know, what I've seen, what I've read, the interviews I've done. Um, and I'm not a stupid person. I'm not a, I don't live in la la land. I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying if I didn't believe it to be true. Okay, so let me see here. Savannah again. These are only questions I have, like many others. I'm staying impartial still, ATM, until I get the whole story. Appreciate that. Who's this? I'm sorry if I'm really behind. Priscilla Charlotte. Ashley should have run and told. Mothers on drugs are not available to children. I was left for dead in a dumpster, and the state helped me and my children move. She didn't report staying with abuser. Priscilla, Ashley did call the police in January, on January 21st, and Garrett ran, and they arrested him, and they kept him in jail for a week and a half. So after a week and a half, he bailed out, and the phone that belonged to her that they took into custody as property, they returned to him as if it was his phone. So at the end of January, he gets out. At the beginning of February, he apparently starts seeking male companionship. Through Grinder, he finds Ray Hainish, while all at the same time, he is dating and seeing Nicole Bowen, who probably doesn't know any better as far as the catfishing on Grinder or any of that. Anyway, he breaks the restraining order against Ashley on February 28th. 13 days later, he murders Ray Hainish. He breaks the restraining order and is yet not charged with breaking the restraining order. He is charged with invasion of privacy. Ashley is home. Her stepdad is there. Her stepdad owns the property. Ashley lives at the property. So, why is it a charge of invasion of privacy? He gets out the same day. He bonds out $500. Look it up. My case, indiana.gov. It's on there. He bonds out the same day. His dad or mom, one or the other, bond him out. February 28th. 13 days later, he murders Ray Hainish. Nicole is with him. They steal his wallet, his cash, his TV, and his car. The very next day, on the 14th, they are pulled over and arrested in Ray's car. So, where could have Ashley ran and who could she have told? That wasn't already told. She was in the process on February 28th of packing up and moving back to her mam's house, her grandmother's house, because Garrett was out. Garrett was making threats. Ashley didn't feel safe. She hadn't felt safe prior to January 21st and had been staying away from her own home to prevent coming in contact with Garrett. She came home to get clothes and take a shower on January 21st, and Garrett had already broke in and was hiding in the closet. And after she was dropped off and went in to change clothes and get a shower, he popped out. He hog-tied her with duct tape. He strangled her unconscious, duct taped her mouth, and had anticipated killing her. So at this point in this rural county, where there's really not a whole lot of neighbors, not a whole lot of help, what could she have done that she didn't do? She called the police. He ran. He was arrested. He was charged. There was a restraining order and a no contact order issued. A week and a half later, he gets out. 3 weeks after that, he violates the restraining order. And instead of being held accountable to the restraining order terms, he's only charged with invasion of privacy, which he bonds out the very same day. Not sure what else she could have done. Don Lucy. Chris wasn't present when Nicole was killed. No, Chris Mathis was not present when Nicole was killed. Also, let's ask why, when Nicole got away and arrested, why didn't she tell police about Ray being killed instead of agreeing to set up Palladino? That's a good question. Because the day before is when Ray was killed. On March 13th, on March 14th is when Garrett and Nicole were arrested together. Savannah. Dawn, this isn't about Nicole, and Ray Hainish isn't about the truth, what happened in the trailer. Fair enough. Yes, but you asked questions and Judge Ashley, so let's look at the whole picture because they are all connected in a sense. Now, that I have to agree about because I do believe that there are some people that are involved in Nicole's case who possibly could have been involved in Ray's case. I'm stating facts that are on record. Okay. Savannah. Soupy get a restraining order and he nearly kills her, yet she doesn't report him for it she lies. If she had got him charged, none of this would have happened as he would have been locked up. Savannah. Savannah. She Ashley did report him. Ashley called 911 when he duct taped her. He strangled her unconscious, turned up the stereo. He had switched out the piping in the bathroom because he had planned on murdering her and chopping up her body and putting it down the drain. He had switched out the drain pipes. That is a fact. That is in the report. That is on record. Now, here's the problem. Carroll County dropped the charges a year later. They know damn well that they should not have dropped the charges. Nick McClelland should not have dropped the charges. So now that Garrett has been charged in White County for Ray's case, the excuse that I'm being given is that the photographs and the report are now only available under subpoena. And what the people that I work with, attorneys, they're telling me that it's probably because that the White County case regarding Ray is going to utilize his past habitual behavior, which is Ashley's case, the strangulation, the duct taping, the strangling unconscious. Fast forward to the same things that he did to Nicole. And in between those two events, you have Ray. So they're going to show a pattern. So the case in Carroll County against Garrett by Ashley got completely dismissed. So it couldn't be used in her trial. However, now it's going to be used on record in White County for Ray's case. Fucked up. Period, point blank, fucked up. The fact that Garrett Kurtz was able to take the stand in Ashley's trial and repeatedly say, what? The case that was dropped, the case that was dismissed. I'm not going to talk about that. It was dropped. It was dismissed. Why was it dismissed? Why? Was it because the prosecutor in Carroll County, Nick McClellan, and the prosecutor in Newton County, Durinsky, were working together because Durinsky needed a conviction in this case? And the fact that there were pending charges against Garrett for the same shit that he did to Nicole were pending against him against Ashley. So let's drop these charges so we really can't 100% use them in this case. That's what happened. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you spin it. That is exactly what happened. You go back, you follow the case number, you follow the domestic violence case in Carroll County that Ashley filed. There are several transport orders for Garrett Kurtz to be transported from Newton County Jail to Carroll County. Nothing was holding them back. Nothing was going on in Newton County. It was all pending. It was all waiting on Durinsky filing his next motion. Garrett could have been pulled back to Carroll County to withstand the trial in the domestic violence case against Ashley. Every single time the transport order was put in, within 24 hours, look at the documents, within 24 hours, the transportation order was canceled. And ultimately, the whole entire case was dismissed without any testimony, without Ashley being called in, her being transported in to give her version of events, to being asked, hey, do you recant? Do you say this didn't happen? Do you want us to drop the charges? Nothing. They drug it out for over a year. First of all, what domestic violence case is carried out and lasts for over a year without one hearing with either the victim or the plaintiff being called into court? What, when, where, how? It doesn't. That case should have been handled within 90 days. There was a case filed, there was restraining order filed, a restraining order that was violated, and it was drug out for over a year. Why? I'm done on that. Sorry, guys, I get really frustrated. So the next, let's see here, we have GP. Exactly, none of this would have happened. Why? Yeah, none of it would have happened if he would have been held accountable for his initial actions. Jennifer, it doesn't seem like the patterns were used in Ashley's case. In which case? It doesn't seem like the patterns were used in Ashley's case. And well, first of all, when it comes to Ashley, there were no patterns. Ashley didn't even have a felony against her at the time of Nicole's death. She had driving infractions, she had drug infractions where she had been caught with smoking weed, some paraphernalia. She had been put on probation. She had failed a drug test. There were nothing violent and there were no felonies on Ashley's record before this case happened. Okay, Savannah. So why didn't she tell the hospital the truth with what happened instead of saying she fell off an ATV? She had a friend pick her up, yet she calls Garrett again. Why not go straight to her family? You're right. Absolutely, Savannah, you're right. I don't know. Other than the fact that she was scared of Garrett. And it wasn't a matter of she called a friend and she called Garrett. Garrett is the one who beat the crap out of her, performed CPR, and took her to the ER. He's the one who told the hospital that she was in an ATV accident. She laid there. She kept her mouth shut. She didn't argue. She wasn't combative. And I don't know why. And to this day, she says she don't know why, other than the fact that she was tired of fighting. She was tired of getting beat the fuck up by him and no one doing anything. And it was easier to lay there and let him give his version, thinking that when she was released from the hospital, she was going to go back home. Yet he wasn't letting her go back home. He wanted her to call and get a ride. And her friend that came and picked them up, you heard the interview on the live. He's the, Josh is the one who came and picked them up, and that's what transpired. But all I'm going to say is this when it comes to domestic violence, and the reason that I wholeheartedly support Ashley in this and her lack of defending herself is the fact that I have, or I had a younger sister. Jennifer is her name. She was 8 years younger than me. And my mom, when we were growing up, my mom worked two jobs. So I kind of found myself falling into the mother role when it come to my brother and sister. But my sister was the baby, and she was the hellion. She was the rebel. She was always in trouble. And I was never her best friend because I was always trying to save her from herself. But my sister went on and got involved in a relationship that was very abusive, very violent, and nothing we said could convince her otherwise. She never saw herself as a victim. She could come home. Well, I say come home, but she would come home for the holidays and she'd have black eyes. She'd have bruises up and down her arms. And she would never admit where they came from, but we knew. And um, she ended up having three boys. They were my nephews. And I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail other than to get to the end of the story, which is um, she never could work a job outside of the house without being accused of cheating or being 5 minutes late coming home. Yet, if she didn't have a job, she was called lazy and a loser and a piece of shit mother and kept on such a strict budget that, grocery shopping wasn't even something that she could do. So it was a catch 22 to the negative. But he was a cheater. He was a liar. He was a liar. He was abusive, and he beat the fuck out of my sister all the time. And he even pulled a gun on my mother when my mom went out there to try to convince my sister to leave and bring the boys to my house because my mother lived with me and I was willing to take them all on. And that turned us into the enemy. We were the enemy. She hated us. Um, she didn't want us intervening in her life. And we knew that she was hurting and we knew that she was in a situation that she couldn't get out of. And her accusing us of being in the wrong saved grace in front of him. And we knew that. That prevented her from getting her ass beat when we left, her defending him against us. But anyway, my sister died a brutal, horrific death um, on a weekend where he had spent the entire weekend of beating on her, hurting her in front of her boys. And she finally escaped with her car keys, jumping in her car while he chased her down the street on foot. And a quarter mile down the road, she ran off an embankment and her car cartwheeled 4 times and she was ejected from the sunroof and she was sent 40 yards into a field. And that's how she died. And I got that phone call on a Monday morning on a sunny day. And I'll never forget that day. And I will never blame my sister for being stupid or dumb or naive. She was in a situation that only she knew how to handle. And I feel bad that every time I try to intervene, or every time me and my mom try to intervene, I feel bad because it put her in a worse situation than what she was already in. And I think that all of you need to understand that when it comes to domestic violence in a woman who has her back against the wall, who is doing what they have to do to survive. And I'm telling you that when they say the most dangerous part of a violent relationship is when the person tries to leave, that's the truth. And I'm telling you right now, that is Ashley's truth. She just didn't know how to explain it. Don Lucy says, no, JK lied. GK lied and said that. She was unconscious, and when she woke up, she was scared and whatever she felt and just clammed up. Should she have said something? Yes. But when police kept releasing him, that's true. The police kept releasing him. Savannah? Dawn, she could have gone straight to her family. Her dad and family would have protected her. She's the one that invited him back into her life, and he nearly killed her. Um, okay, so Savannah, I want to know, and I'm being completely real right now, and I'm sure I'm probably completely behind on this chat, and I hope you're still in here. But when you say she should have gone straight to her family, her dad and her family would have protected her. I want to know, um, what gives you um, the insight that that's not what happened, that she wasn't doing those things. So Ashley was in the process of moving out of her home to move into her grandmother's because she did not feel safe living where she was living. Her dad was fully aware of the situation. Her dad had several altercations with Garrett, and it never stopped Garrett. The police never stopped Garrett. On February 28th, Ashley was packing up her belongings, and her stepfather family were there to help her pack up and get moved out. And Garrett came in the back door. He was confronted with Kevin, Ashley's stepdad. The police were called, and instead of them charging him with violation of the restraining order, he was only charged with invasion of privacy, and he was let out the same day. So, what is the next step that she should have taken? I'm just curious, so we can talk about it because I think there's really a misconstruction. We're all misconstruing here as to what was going on and what the reality really is. In a small county where apparently they don't take these kinds of issues serious, and someone is let out, and when you call 911, when you live out on 600 and the police station is 15, 20 minutes away in downtown Delphi, what what are the chances that someone's going to be there to save you? I mean, be realistic. Stop blaming, like, we're not blaming Nicole for, I mean, stop and think about this. Nicole reached out to her family multiple times that week about how she was in trouble. No one cared whether she was alive or dead. She was in fear of her life. Yet she gets into a vehicle with Garrett and goes to an apartment in Francisville for the entire day and evening, and then goes on to Jasmine Parker's trailer's house. We're not going to blame Nicole, the victim, for a decision that she made that cost her her life. Why are we going to blame a victim of domestic violence for them being involved in a situation that clearly, no matter how many times the police are called, no matter how many times a restraining order is filed, the person responsible, Garrett, is not held accountable and he's not kept from these people that he has intent on hurting. That's what people need to stop doing. Stop blaming the victims. Stop pointing the feet. Well, they could have done, they should have done, they should have said, they should have called. Well, when you do that repeatedly and there's no resolute to the situation, then what? That's the frustrating part. Did she make mistakes in her life choices? Yes. But should she have been held responsible for a murder she didn't commit? No. That's true. Okay, Savannah, depends on the truth, Dawn. Savannah, love. Savannah, toxic love, but still love. Or fear. Savannah, she thought she was protecting you all. Okay, maybe I missed something. I'm not sure who protecting you all is. Savannah, I'm sorry to hear that, Amy. I'm sorry that you lost your sister, Amy. Yeah. Maybe one day I will go into all the details about my sister. It's really hard to talk about. Um, sometimes I can talk about it without any emotion at all because I'm angry. Um, but that I when you say that you lived through a moment of trauma, I can tell you honestly from the day that I got that phone call that my sister was non-responsive in her in a car accident, from that point on, I think for that entire week, time stood still. I literally could not get past that. And my mom was a complete pile of a mess. My mom couldn't function. She couldn't breathe. She had lived with me at that point in time, I think, for like 3 years. And I was the one who had to go out and do the shopping for my sister's funeral for what she was going to wear. And then I had to go to the funeral home and deal with the son of a bitch who I felt put her in her coffin. And he wanted to bury her in a place that she had no business being buried. Um, if you want to think white trash chaos at a funeral, that was me. Pick me, I'll raise my hand high. I was literally kicked out of my own sister's funeral because of the man who put her in her grave. So no one has to tell me what it's like to be a victim or to feel like no one's being held accountable. I understand that. I really do. I really, really do. And my sister's boys from that weekend when she was killed were split up and kept from each other their entire life. So I've been there. I know the horrible truth about murder, violence, domestic violence, death, and who's to blame and who's not getting held accountable. I get it all. And that's why I feel very comfortable with where I'm sitting right here today and what I'm covering in this case. And I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't believe in what I'm saying and I didn't have proof to back up what I'm saying. So, Priscilla, when co-defendants are a couple, there is murder. Female always state that there was nothing they can do. That is why I ask if Nicole was a child, what would be her responsibility? Um, when co-defendants are a couple. So Priscilla, Um, in this situation, um, I know all 5 of them were considered co-defendants, but I really don't believe that Garrett and Ashley were really a couple at that time, nor do I believe that Garrett and Nicole were a couple at that time. I think that he was borderline, um, aggressively trying to control the both of them. Ashley had already been through the attack, the domestic violent part of it all. She had filed the restraining order. Nicole, I believe, had just begun to see the violent side of Garrett, and she got caught up in something with Garrett that she probably normally wouldn't have been caught up in, and that was probably the murder of Ray Hainish. I don't think that Nicole participated in that, but I do believe that she was there and was aware. And the two of them were arrested together. And Nicole, trying to get her life back on track, falling now into this trap and still trying to get clean and get back in touch with being a mother to her boys, probably felt like agreeing to become a snitch, which snitch is a bad name, but agreeing to, okay, yeah, you caught me. I was with him. I had no idea what he was up to. All this shit's in the car, but it wasn't mine. She was agreeing to work with the police, and that backfired on her. Just like Ashley calling the police, filing the restraining order backfired on her. And I think that a lot of people are reading into this whole scenario as there was a huge conspiracy on Ashley's part or Nicole's. I don't know. But from what I have read and the behind the scenes information that I have, I believe that Nicole was looking out for her best interest. And her best interest was fuck Garrett. I'm going to tell. I'm going to lay it all out there. It's not my shit. It's not my drugs. And Garrett found out. The paperwork was in Nicole's car. And because Garrett had taken Nicole to Jason Palladino's property to stay, where she had been staying with Talitha, who was at that time not only Jason Palladino's girlfriend, but was also Garrett's love interest. And I have proof. I'm going to bring it out. It's going to be down the road, but that's a fact. I think that Garrett was Jason Palladino's peon, and Garrett did whatever Jason told him to do because Jason was the drug, he was the feeder. You want drugs? Do what I say. I'll give them to you. Your girl needs drugs? I'll give them to you. Yada, 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 yada. You brought her over here. Now she's going to tell on me. I want her gone. So compile that with all the other stress that Garrett had in his life. It was a recipe for a disaster. And that's how I see it. Okay, so I'm going to move on. So Don says, Jennifer, I think your description on Discord of GK was perfect. Okay, I'll have to go back and see what that was. Savannah, because you say that she went back with Garrett because they wouldn't let him stay there. Back with Garrett when? Savannah, I'm not sure which part you're talking about. Jennifer says, at dawn, Lucy, virtual hug. Thank you, Dawn. I tried to step back and see the bigger perspective. I only know what I've heard from other channels, so this is hard to learn. It is. It is. I think that a lot of the channels were taking at face value um, rumors and trying, and literally, there's no doubt, there is absolutely no doubt that Garrett dropped a whole lot of freaking Easter eggs when it came to Delphi, implicating that he had some knowledge of what went on in Delphi. The whole, oh, well, Sheena Cottrell and Nick Edwards had a videotape they told Ashley about, da 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 da. Well, first of all, yeah, that was aired on Open Secrets. But let's press rewind. Let's go right back to Garrett's very first interrogation video. The first two people that he throws under the bus for the Delphi case is none other than Nicole Bowen and a heroin dealer known as King. That's the first one. Then you fast forward, then it becomes Talitha and her boyfriend, Jason. Then you go to Open Secrets. Now, all of a sudden, it's Sheena Cottrell and Nick Edwards. Now we're going to back up again, and I have him on audio and in text messages saying that it's Jason Palladino and Terry Smothers. You cannot believe a word this boy says. He does everything and anything to deflect any responsibility of anything off of himself. I don't believe anything he says. Savannah, okay, I wasn't aware of that one. I'm not sure what that was about. Savannah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm really, really, really trying to catch up. GP, nobody cared enough to call in about Nicole, and everyone knew about it, period. You're right. They didn't call in. Jasmine didn't call in. Chris Mathis didn't call in. Talitha, I'm going to tell you right now, Ginger, Talitha didn't call in because Talitha was a mastermind to all of this, and I'm going to prove it. Ashley didn't call in because she didn't have a choice. Ashley was being held against her will in this situation, and I'm going to prove that as well. And I'm sorry that that's a shock. I'm sorry that's not what you want to hear. And I know what the investigators revealed. I know what the court said. I know what was brought out in trial. But I'm telling you right now, I have proof otherwise. Savannah, yes, it's very traumatizing, Amy. I understand as I lost my sis too. Yeah, it is very traumatizing. Dawn, as soon as Ashley got away and got home, she told her grandma, who drove her to the police station, she wasn't hunted down and caught. She walked herself, and that to me says something about her innocence. Well, yes. And Dawn, um, I have the whole interview with Jeff discussing how Ashley got away from Garrett. I mean, it's comical to me. Like, it's not okay. I don't want to say comical. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say you have a woman who has been beaten pretty horrifically, strangled unconscious to the point where he's arrested by police for a week and a half. Big deal, I guess. Let him out. 3 weeks later, he breaks the restraining order. Then police show up at her front door looking for him because he's involved with some ordeal with a gay guy that Ashley has no information about, but she has had for a long time an idea that Garrett might have an issue with his sexuality. So this just really, you know, nails the head, or what's the word? Nails the hammer on the head of the nail, puts it in. For her, that's what she needed. So she starts posting messages in Messenger to him like, oh my God, what'd you do? Police are here looking. The same day, the police show up at Nicole's house looking for Nicole. Why? Because Nicole and Garrett were arrested in Ray's car on the 14th. However, Ray's body had not been found until the 17th. So there was a lapse in time there. Well, now Garrett is freaking the F out because not only does he know that Indiana State Police are looking for him, in regards to Ray, but now Ashley has been told that it's been confirmed that he's involved in a relationship as a bisexual. He shows up on the 25th, beats the fuck out of her, puts her in the hospital. Put that in perspective. Put that into perspective. The 21st, he does the same thing. He breaks in, he hides, he changed the pipes. He has a saw. He has the bathtub lined with plastic. He hog ties her with duct tape, hands and feet behind her back. He strangles her unconscious multiple times. He duct tapes her face. She knows she's going to die on that day, but she doesn't. She miraculously gets away, running out the front door with duct tape clinging from her hands and feet and duct tape coming off of her face, screaming, "Call 911." I am not sure what you guys think that her mentality by the time we get to March 28th should be. She did not invite him back into her life. He intruded on her life. She did what she had to do to maintain, survive, and prevent contradicting anything he said because the second that she did, she got a fist to the face. Have you looked at Ashley Garth prior to her arrest in this case? Have you looked at her pictures? How she was such a pretty girl, clean cut, beautiful. And then you look at what she looked like when she was arrested after turning herself in after Nicole was murdered. Holy hell. Holy hell. You can't tell me she hadn't been through hell. And that picture is the only picture that has circulated online for years. And that is effed up. It's effed up that women who know what it's like to be in an abusive relationship have not stepped up to at least look into her situation. They just assumed she was guilty. What'd she have to gain by Nicole being murdered? What? A man that she hadn't wanted to be with to begin with? A man that she had a restraining order against? A man that she had moved to Florida to get away from? What was there to gain? I don't get it. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Common sense. Monsters. GP. I know domestic abuse very well. My daughter died because of abusive men. Yeah. Okay. Savannah. Yep. GP. I think it's touched all of our lives at some point. Okay. So, with both of you saying that, can you please tell me why a female has been through the ringer with someone who is not only capable of beating the crap out of her, but is also literally capable of murdering not once, but twice in a matter of 16 days apart from each other? Why she is held to a higher standard of survival? Come on now, GP. Nicole was going to tell us something. Yeah, she was. She was. I think Nicole was absolutely going to tell you something. And I think that Garrett knew it. I think that everybody on the Palladino property knew it because I have reason to believe that Talitha was absolutely involved with going over to Ray's, as was Nicole. I'm not saying that Talitha or Nicole were involved of ending Ray's life, but they, I believe, were present and they helped somewhat stage the scene. But the fact that Garrett and Nicole got pulled over, I think that put the fear in all of them when Nicole agreed to tell the police that, yes, all of the drugs, let's just pretend for a minute that Nicole didn't sign any paperwork about doing a controlled buy against Palladino. It is right there in the paperwork that meth was found in Nicole's purse, on her person, under her seat, and a bowl or a smoking pipe was on either under her seat or on her person. And she told law enforcement right then and there, it's in the police report, that all of the drugs and the paraphernalia belonged to Garrett. That alone tells Garrett and his homies that, oh my God, she's a snitch. Whether what Nicole said at that point in time mattered to anything but a molehill doesn't matter. In their mind, she was snitching. And on top of that, if she had been involved over at Ray's at any point in time, if snitching on drugs and paraphernalia concerned them, don't you think the fact that she had knowledge of Ray's murder really concerned them? That's where I'm coming from. And that is the situation that Nicole found herself in with Garrett, Talitha, and Jason Palladino. Not Ashley. Not Ashley. Ashley wasn't there. She wasn't involved. She didn't have knowledge of, not until the Indiana investigators knocked on her door. And after that, she still didn't have knowledge. However, Garrett wanted to control all angles of his life, all angles of authority that were going to put him in jail one way or the other. That's what I think. So, yes, Nicole was going to tell us something. She was. I truly believe that. And Ginger, the night that she was supposed to come to your house, I believe wholeheartedly is when Talitha asked her to come back over to Palladino's property after she was told to get off the property because she threatened to call the police. I believe that Talitha invited her back over because Talitha knew that Garrett was on his way there. Jennifer, why wasn't the hog tying and plumbing brought out in Ashley's trial? That would at least establish a state of mind. Well, Jennifer, it was attempted to be brought out in Ashley's trial, but because the fact that Nick McClelland and Carroll County had already dismissed the charges made it kind of difficult. And I believe that Jeff Jeff Durinsky, the prosecutor in Newton County, and the prosecutor in Carroll County, which is Nick McClelland, and the prosecutor in White County at the time, which was Robert Guy, were all working together to help each other's cases. Newton County needed a win, not a plea deal by Garrett of 55 years. That wasn't going to be good enough after all of the coverage, all of the social media coverage of the case. Garrett pleading guilty and taking a 55-year plea wasn't good enough. However, him testifying against Ashley, it's like a 2-for-1. And the fact that every single time that the domestic violence case from Carroll County was attempted to be brought in, it was shot down. The prosecutor was allowed to say it was alleged because it hadn't been proven. It was dismissed. When Garrett was put on the stand and the defense attorney, Lori James, attempted to question him on it, he would literally tell her, "What? You mean the case that was dropped? You mean the case that was dismissed? I'm not talking to you about that case. I wasn't found guilty on that case. So as far as I'm concerned, it was dismissed." That went on and on and on. I have the trial transcripts that we'll get to and that will show you. But I truly believe that all of this was a, you know, 1, 2, 3, work together. Let's get a conviction here. Let's get a conviction there. And then you got Robert Guy coming out and saying, we're going to wait and see what happens in the Ashley Garth trial before I decide to see if we're going to press charges for the Ray Hainish case. Why? Why? You you can't say now that they're not related, but yet when Ashley was on trial, it all seemed very related because you were going to wait and see what happened. Well, here's the facts of the matter is that um, after all of this went down, Ashley's grandmother retained the now sitting prosecutor in White County as Ashley's defense attorney. What's his name? Um, Let me look it up. I forget. I want to make sure I say it correctly. Um, but Ashley's grandma, ma'am, hired an attorney to defend Ashley in this case, and he took her money. And then a couple weeks later, Mark Delgado, Mark Delgado, who is now trying the Ray Hainish case against Garrett, Mark Delgado, Peggy Garth, Ashley's grandmother, hired because back then he was an attorney to defend Ashley. He took her retainer and then a couple weeks later sent an assistant in to the prison to tell Ashley that Mark Delgado's um, schedule was too busy, that they couldn't take her case. Yet they never refunded the retainer. And then a couple months later, Delgado is on the docket for running for prosecutor in White County. So you want to talk about effery on effery on effery? It is. It's all one big effery. So GP says that doesn't make any sense because they were arrested on that day and they waited that many days to even contact Ray or find out where Ray was about his car. What does it, I'm sorry, Ginger, what doesn't make any sense because they were arrested on that day and they waited that many days to even contact Ray or find out where Ray was about his car. I'm not sure what you mean, Ginger. All I know is that based on the court documents and the autopsy report, that Ray's time of death was on March 13th. Garrett and Nicole were arrested in Ray's car on the 14th. So they were arrested. They were taken to the county jail in Lafayette. The car was impounded. However, the car was in Ray Hainish's name, but there was no red flags at that time about Ray's car because Ray's body had not been found. That gave Nicole and Garrett time to bond out of the Lafayette jail. And it wasn't until the 17th that Ray's body was found, which was on a Saturday. And then that same day, they were able to locate the car. Why? Because the car had been impounded because Nicole and Garrett were pulled over in the car. So the license plate, the VIN number was already in the system. So when Ray's body was found and the missing persons report was filed, they found the car right away because it was already in the impound lot. That's all that I know, honestly. And I guess that I mean, I don't know. It just appears to me that Lafayette or White County didn't convey to Ray's family the whole story or what was really going on at the time that his car was discovered. But the police report that I've put on this channel shows that. Jennifer, of Ashley's state of mind. What about Ashley's state of mind, Jennifer? tell refresh because I'm behind on these comments. So, Mama Libra scales as volatile as the abuse was and the murder. She is lucky to be alive. Mama Libra scales. Who is she? Who are you referring to? As volatile as the lot? I can't read tonight. As volatile as the abuse was and the murders, she is lucky to be alive. Are you talking about Ashley? I think Ashley truly felt that night she was probably going to be killed. Um, we'll get into all of that, Don Lucy. They said the case in Carroll County was being dismissed, so it was admissible if my memory from trial is correct. Um, well, the case from Carroll County was dismissed for absolutely no reason, without any testimony from either party, without any hearing. It was just drug out, strung out, and so it really kind of left the case in limbo during Ashley's trial to where the prosecutor was able to argue it as allegedly, we don't have proof, no one was convicted, da 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 da. Ashley's public defender really did a horrible job because all she wanted to do was talk about it instead of putting the report up on a, you know, projector screen and showing it. She did not bring in any of the pictures that were taken of Ashley's black eyes, the duct tape that was, all of those things. And she allowed Garrett to basically run the show by telling her, shut up. I'm not discussing it. That was dismissed. I was never found guilty, yada, yada, yada. It was a horrific situation in this case. One big bad story that compiled another. In his mind, he wanted a woman who was going to be dumb enough to take a charge for him. He would have maybe bonded her out, used her when he needed her, and discarded her. Yeah, I think, to be honest, um, Momos Libra scales, I think at this point, Garrett knew the relationship with him and Ashley was over. I mean, if you go back and you look at what had transpired, she had left him for over a year. She moved to Florida. She got her life together. She came back because her son was here and because financially she was having a hard time not having anyone to help her in Florida once she had a job. She really didn't have transportation. Anyway, she came home. Her intention when she came home was to stay on the right course. Garrett was just getting out of work release, promised the sun, moon, and stars. He was clean, and she fell for it. And she no more than she fell for it did she start to realize that again, she made a fucking mistake. And they started having problems. He was also cheating, not only on Ashley with Nicole, he was also cheating on Ashley with Talitha and doing a whole bunch of other things. So she kicked him out. She came back from, I don't want to say the date because I don't have it in front of me, but it was maybe 6 months that all this transpired in. But by January, the beginning of January, she had kicked him out. And at that point in time, I think that Garrett knew that she was done to the point where he was threatening her through text, through phone calls, threatening her family. I mean, you're talking about a 20-year-old guy who is calling Ashley's father, stepfather, grandmother, and making threats, slashing tires, throwing rocks at windows. Like he had absolutely no fear of authority or being in trouble whatsoever. Then he breaks in, does what he does, and the courts, law enforcement really do nothing to prevent it from happening again. So when you say that he thought she was dumb enough to take a charge, I think that when he took Ashley out to Jasmine Parker's trailer, he was trying to control her and he really wasn't certain of what the hell he was going to do. He knew that Jason Palladino was expecting him to take care of Nicole, and it kind of all unraveled from there. And I think that he pretty much took a lot of steps to take Nicole's life prior to taking her to Jasmine's trailer, and it wasn't working. And taking her to Jasmine's trailer was the last resort. Um, we'll get to all of that, but that's what I think. So here we go. Don Lucy, Mama scripts, absolutely. Okay, who's this? Libra scales. The mindset of people of this nature are very unstable and unpredictable. I agree. They are. That's exactly what he did to Nicole. Yes. And the sad thing, the saddest thing about Nicole is that um, I don't think Nicole had a chance. I don't think Nicole was involved with Garrett very long to realize all the different sides and characters that he was able to put on. And she was completely caught off guard by a guy that maybe she was attracted to, that she thought really liked her. And then all of a sudden, she found herself in a situation that, like Ashley, like, okay, whoa, let's put the brakes on. You're a fuck up. And how do I get myself out of this? And I think that Nicole was really more so than Ashley caught in a situation that um, she was completely blindsided, and it makes me sick for no reason. It's all for no reason. It's really all for no reason. Don, I met him once and couldn't get away fast enough to be honest. He set off red flags for me just from his bragging after just meeting him. Well, I gave him a ride. Who, Don? Who are you talking about? Don, are you talking about Garrett or are you talking about Palladino? It hurts my heart to watch things like this happen. Yeah, it's sickening. Ashley with Garrett and escalations of abuse. Hmm. For sure. I know the story. I followed it. Okay, so what's this one? Absolutely, he is insane. Also, when it comes to situations of abuse, the leaving point is the most volatile. Yes, it is the most volatile. When I talk about taking a charge, I was referring to Nicole. He labeled her a snitch. Um, yeah. Oh, absolutely, he did. And but here's the thing with Garrett. Garrett did not have shit. He didn't have a place to lay his head. He didn't have a car. He didn't have really, to be honest, a pot to piss in. Ashley was his bread and butter. Ashley had a place, she had a car, she had a job. Um, she worked all of her life. And then on top of that, she had family support. So anything that she didn't have, her ma'am or her dad or her mom or stepmom or her stepdad, Kevin, they would all provide. So Garrett had it made. And then when he fucked all that up and she kicked him out, and he was literally kicked out with a restraining order, he got desperate. And I feel like that's when Jason Palladino really honed in on Garrett being a fool. You know, Palladino was always dirty. He was always involved in drug dealing, and his whole family was. I mean, let's face it, the Palladinos are a big mystery and a conspiracy of crime. Everybody's afraid of them, but no one really knows why anyone's afraid of them. So Garrett then tells Nicole, hey, I'm going to take you over here. I got a place for you to stay because Nicole was needing a place to stay. So they go over there, and Palladino starts pretty much thumbing Garrett. And he's got Garrett believing that he's the God Almighty of all things that Garrett needs. And when Garrett and Nicole got in trouble, um, I think that Jason Palladino utilized that situation, not only about the fact that Nicole was going to tell, but I think that Palladino also knew that Garrett had also taken Ray's life. So, dude, you did it once. I need you to do this shit again. I need, you're capable. So, all of this stuff, labeling Nicole a snitch, I really feel like it's half hearted, but I feel like it was elevated to a situation beyond what it was, but that convinced Garrett that he had to make a move to please to please Palladino because Palladino was now his bread and butter. That's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong, but based on everything that I've seen, based on the police reports, based on um, the conversations that I've had with Garrett himself. Now, mind you, the conversations that I've had with Garrett, Garrett doesn't know who I am. He thinks I'm a pen pal. So it's been very um, foolproof, the things that he's revealed, because he doesn't believe that he's talking to someone of any importance. So I'll just leave it at that. But I'll bring all of that out. But um, tonight, this is about um, where this case stands. Amber, Amber, where did you go? I know that are you still here, Amber? Um, her sound was being crazy, so I had to mute her, but I will bring her back if she's still here. But this is just about the facts, the truth, the storyline, and what we all know and how we can all pull together. And Nicole's death was even after Ashley's trial. Come on now, her death was mysterious. It was, and I feel like I've dug deep enough to get to the truth of the matter and who was doing what and how it happened. And Nicole reminds me a lot of my sister. I don't know why, but she does. She reminds me a lot of my sister, somebody who was on the verge of trying to do the right thing and got caught up in the wrong thing. And because she got caught up in the wrong thing, had to figure out a way to get back to the right thing. That was my sister. She was always on the verge of doing the right thing and getting caught up with the wrong thing. So, um, and Ashley also reminds me of my sister with the abuse and not being strong enough to walk away. So, anyway, all right. So absolutely, he's insane. Okay. Okay. Yep, we've already seen this one. Next one is Libra Scale says, which says that he wanted her to be one of those individuals who would take a charge. There are some dumb people in Indiana. Um, maybe. I don't know if Garrett really thought it all through. I think from the time that he was arrested until his second interview, when he's told that everybody is pinning this on him, everybody is saying it's you. And he wants to know, have you talked to Ashley? I'm really worried about Ashley. I left her at my friend's house. But just stop right there, dude. You didn't leave her at your friend's house. Your friend pulled a gun on you and put it to your head and made you leave his house because Ashley told him, my God, he just killed a girl and I've been trying to get away from him and he's forced me to come here with him. The dude literally almost blew Garrett's head off. And he goes into the police station and says, I left her at my friend's house because I knew I had to go. What? Like everything he says is a freaking lie. You just have to listen to all of his stories, all of his lies, and you have to know the truth. Every single thing he says is a freaking lie. Everything. I don't think he was trying to think someone was stupid enough to catch a case for him or to cop a case or agree to take a case for him. I think that he was doing anything and everything to get as many people involved as he possibly could so he could literally wrap his arms around his body with pointed fingers and say, they all did it. I was there, but they all did it. That's what I think he was trying to do, especially involved with drugs. Yep. Don Lucy. I think Nicole saw the nice, caring side of GK. She hadn't gotten in deep enough to see his. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think that Garrett is an amazing schmoozer. Like when you listen to him in Open Secrets talk about Nicole and how he cared for her and how he loved her and um, yada, yada, yada. And then you get him in his first interrogation video and he completely has no idea how many kids she has and what they are, boys or girls. He has no clue. And then he follows that up with, well, yeah, we met in work release and she got really attached to me. Did she? What makes you say that she got really attached to you? He's a liar. He is a master manipulator beyond belief. I gave Ash and GK. You gave Ash and GK what? Okay, who's this? Mother of Dragons at GP. I am so sorry you lost your daughter. I didn't know. Much love to you. You have been through so much. Yeah, Ginger lost her daughter. There's a whole lot. There's a whole lot of loss in this world. And I think that we all need, we might not agree all the time, but at the same time, I think that we need to come together. And my point in all of this is making sure the right people pay. Garrett, yes, he's in prison for 55 years, but he only has to serve 80% of that. If he's not found guilty in Ray's case, and from what I'm hearing, the plea that he's trying to fight for is another 55 years that will run concurrent with the 55 years that he already has. That is not justice. And if we don't go to trial for Ray's case, we may not never find out the details that we need to understand why Nicole's life was taken. Because I truly believe that the people involved in Nicole's case were involved in Ashley's case or in Ray's case. And the only one that I can confidently 100% say wasn't involved in Ray's case is Ashley. She wasn't with Garrett. She wasn't around Garrett. I have the text messages. I have statements from her family who back that up that she was not involved with Garrett while Garrett was involved at Ray's house. So Jasmine Parker, Chris Mathis, Talitha Beckley, Garrett, there is a reason that all of this is timed up 16 days apart. And I really honestly cannot rest until I find out what it is. So GK is one sick individual. Yes, he is. Um, I've had a lot of people like on Discord or in the YouTube discussion, like the Discord, what is it? Community page, talk about what he reminds them of. And some of them say Gacy. To me, he reminds me of a Ted Bundy. somebody who can be anything and everything and all at once, and then literally at the snap of a finger, snap and take your life. That's what he reminds me of. I mean, he's he's a Ted Bundy. He's a 2023 version of a Ted Bundy to me. So yeah, Garrett is he to this day, he is still not taking responsibility for anything. It's everybody else's fault. It's it's all of this happened because of Ashley. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for Ashley. And you ask him why, and he said, well, because she was supposed to love me and she was going to tell on me. Then you get into all of this happened because he was ordered to take Nicole's life. And then recently, he has said that he's involved in this Ray Hanish case and being accused of something that he really didn't have anything to do with. So he's a hot mess. I mean, he literally is a freaking hot mess. I mean, he's almost like borderline personality disorder. Okay, so okay, who's all still in here in the chat? I can't tell because for some reason my fonts are so small. If you're still in the chat, just type a one real quick. Type a one in the chat if you all are who all is still in here. Okay. All right. Amber, there you are. Louise, Jennifer, Don Lucy. Amber, I'm going to drop the link. Ugh. Hold on a second. Amber, I'm dropping the link in the chat real quick. Amber, that's for you. Come in. So Toby's here, Amber's here, Jennifer, Don, Louise, Amber. Okay. Amber, come back in. So Ginger, can I ask you something? I mean, so appreciate you participating in these chats and coming on my live and being willing to engage, even though you and I may not see eye to eye. But I have a question. Um, and I really don't know who else to ask, but maybe a family member of Nicole. But my email is on my YouTube page. It's casebykase10@gmail.com. And I know that there's been a whole lot of talk about the white hats. And I was told when I went through all of the hats, I have a whole bunch of pictures of Ashley in a white hat, different white hats actually, prior to March 2019. And the only picture that I have of Nicole in a white hat is what's left that circulated online. And I know that Nicole's Facebook page and stuff has been taken down. So, and Ashley has confirmed that that picture that's circulated online is not the hat, that you guys claim to be the same hat. And I'm asking respectfully, if there's a picture of Nicole in a white hat that you believe that Ashley is wearing, can you please email it to me so I can compare the two? I'm all about facts. I'm all about truth, and I just want to go directly to the source and sort it out, and we all can come to a conclusion on the matter. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, I understand, but because you're here and you've been so very gracious to communicate in the chat, I'm asking you directly if you have a picture, the picture that was brought into trial, that the only confirmation of when the picture was taken was by Garrett. I have not seen that picture because I have not gotten all of Ashley's case file yet. I would love to see the picture so I can go through all the documentation that I have and I can compare them. So I'm asking you if you could do that. If not, I understand, but if you would, case by case 10@gmail.com. That's where you would send it to if you have that picture. So, hello, Amber.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. It's staticky, but I can hear you.
I don't know why.
It's probably because you're doing this on your phone. So,
Probably.
yeah. So, I know we got off track way early on. So, let's get back on track and why you're on here tonight. Um, So, what was the last topic of our conversation? I know that you it was talking about you and Ashley being friends, and then Garrett came into the picture, and so touch base on that. What it was like being friends with Ashley when Garrett came on scene.
So she wasn't ever able to really have a full conversation. It was always short. Um, Pretty much she's okay. She'll let me know when she can talk more. And then it would never come to a point where she could ever just talk. She'd always be around him. Or he would have her phone and he would say she was sleeping or she was busy and she would call me back. But it was never where she could sit down and talk.
Do you
She was
remember
always
what like? Do you remember what time frame that was? Like what the year was?
2018.
So was that
The big
after she came back? Was that after she came back from Florida?
yes.
Okay. And then what happened? Like to your knowledge, what happened?
I don't really know exactly what happened after that because I kind of went off to prison. And then when
Right.
I came home, everything's already transpired. She told me what was going on. And to be honest with everyone, like I've been in the wrong place, wrong time. Everyone's always questioned me. Then when I went to prison, everyone always put it, oh, you're probably guilty because, they found you guilty. So, you got to kind of fight your innocence. So even with Ashley being my best friend, my sister, and everything, I questioned it at first. And then I met you and I started listening to all these facts and everything. And I'm like, okay, so everything she told me as she's getting ready to go to trial, things really weren't brought up when they really should have.
So were you in communication with Ashley when she was leading up to trial?
Yes,
Like when
I
she was
talked
out
to
on
her
bond?
the whole time, even the day of trial. I was on the phone with her. I was on the phone with Ma'am, her sisters, everyone, trying to find out what was going on, detail for detail. Every time they had a court recession, I was calling to find out what was going on, what happened within that time, if there was any updates they could give me because I was on house arrest, so I couldn't be there.
Okay.
But even now, after I'm home, I'm still on parole. My parole officer is willing to give me permission to go be on Ashley's visit list. Like, she has nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
So when Ashley was out on bond and you could talk to her on the phone, what did she convey to you about the situation that she was in?
Pretty much that everything I thought, like, the abusive relationship was right, and she thanked me for not, saying things that could have cued him to, leading to him thinking that she told me what was going on and he was hurting her and stuff like that. Because I've threatened Garrett a couple times. Not even gonna sit here and sugarcoat nothing. Because of course,
You
he
what?
couldn't talk.
I'm
He
sorry.
couldn't talk to me, and I would get aggravated. So that's one of my downfalls is when I don't get something my way and I want to talk to someone to make sure they're okay, and they won't let me talk to them. I'm gonna try to find a way, even if it's just a hey, you're okay. That just gives me a little bit of hope. Like, you get my message. I'm worried about you.
So she was thanking you for not like ruffling his feathers,
Yes.
basically.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm talking about after the fact, after the charges, after she was in the Newton County Jail, and then she got out on bond. Were you in contact with her then?
Oh, yes. I asked her what happened. I've asked her details, and she's pled her innocence from day one. And I questioned her. I'm like, Asher, like, you can tell me anything. I would never judge you or anything. And she's like, Amber, I put this on everything I love. I have no reason to lie about anything. And that's when I was like, all right, well, we need to push for it for your trial. When you're going up there on trial, we need to make sure all this is. And she's like, yeah, my attorney said so. My attorney said this is going to be brought up today and this is going to be said today. And she'd be on the phone later on, or it was, ma'am, like, none of that was brought up. And I'm like, what do you mean? Why? Like, how is none of this brought up? How was
Mhm.
that case against Garrett just swept under the rug in Carroll County? Like,
Yeah, there's a
I
lot.
don't understand that still to this day with Carroll County.
Yeah, I don't either. And I think that, you know, and we have to walk a fine line here because um, there's so much to the case that we still don't know as far as, I have requested everything under the sun, and I feel, Newton County is hip to what is
And
going
I can
on.
actually, speaking of this, a traumatic experience. If it was a life or death situation, this was pretty much a life or death situation because no one knew if I was okay. So back it up one time when we were in high school. Uh, no one knows Delphi, but where Toby lives, there's this giant flipping hill. And when I tell you this hill, you look down this hill, it's straight down. So of course, Ashley and me and Aaron always had the bright ideas. We were going to go camping. We were going to go canoeing. We were going to go floating. We were going to do something. We weren't sitting at the house. So that day we were debating on going camping all day. We came up with, oh, Tubby wasn't going to let us go down to the creek. We were just going to go across the street to the creek, go down the hill. Well, I somehow started moving really fast and I was a little top heavy back in the day. So I kind of tripped and fell down this hill, landed my head on a rock. I am hysterically laughing. Ashley and Aaron is crying. They don't know what to do. They're panicking. I'm just laughing. They're thinking I'm crying. They finally make it down to me and realize, like, I'm just laughing my butt off. And they get so mad, like, they really thought I was hurt. So, like, for that type of situation, I could say if Ashley was in a different mindset and wasn't on drugs, would have been a whole different outcome.
So,
A whole
okay,
different outcome.
let's touch base on that. Let's touch base on the drugs. So, it is no secret that she got involved with drugs.
Yes.
And what what do you know of her interaction with that?
Well, Mam and Toby have always known us to always smoke weed. We've never done it driving around. We've always done it at the house. Like, not in their face, but outside. We've never got in trouble doing it, been anything like that. It was always respectful. We smoked weed. We would camp, have house fire or like fires at the house. No, we never drank as high schoolers. Never. That was never a thing. We smoked weed and just hung out, laughed, watched movies, all of it. It was just me, Aaron, and Ashley 9 times out of 10. Sometimes another girl would be there. I don't recall what her name was. That was more of Ashley's friend than mine. But other than that, it was always us three. And then I know when Ashley got out of high school, she started hanging out with a different crowd because I went down a kind of different path when I went to prison. My first number, she was a year behind me. So we were still a year apart in school. So when I got out of school, she was still in school. And she started hanging out with different friends. So, I mean, we were still always friends, but we didn't hang out like we used to back in school every day. So then she got out of school and she started hanging out with them, and then she started doing meth. It wasn't like anything I would say I was ever alarmed on because it was never like a binging thing. I think Ash would do it like once and then, be done with it. And then pick it up, months later, do it for a day, and then be done with it. And it was just, I don't know if it was really her thing. I know weed was always, she just always smoked weed. So I would say the meth was something she knew with people, places, and things, trying to fit in with the
Mhm.
people she was hanging out with. Because that was a big thing with Ashley. She liked to try to fit in. She was very quiet, never opinionated at all. I was the opinionated friend. I would be the one standing up and backing us up if we were in a fight. She would be the one like, "Come on, Amber. No, don't say that. No, Amber, come on. It's not worth it." And I'd be like, "Oh, yes, this girl is." But she was never a fighter. There would be a dead raccoon on the side of the road and she's going to try to save its life. Like, "Come on, Dad can
Yeah.
help give it CPR when we get it back to the house." And here we'd be taking the animal back to the house and, "Come on, Toby, help nurse it back to life. Come on, we can do it." Like,
You
that's
know,
what I can recall as Ashley.
yeah, and every single person I've encountered, that knew her, they all say that about her, how, you know, passionate she was about animals and, um, trying to save an animal that was hurt or whatever. Everybody says that about her, which
Yes,
is, you know,
she would always
I
try.
I I mean, to this day, like, I mean, I came in way late on the scene of all of this, and, I mean, I've been in contact with her for almost a year now on a daily basis, and there's just this, um, I don't wanna say childlike feel to her, but she's very sentimental, and she's very emotional, and she takes every little thing, to heart,
Yes,
to where
yes, she's very. So I
she
had a
does.
video visit with her the other day, and I've always been the chubby one of the group. So it was like she's not seen me since I've lost my 100 pounds. So now it was
Mhm.
like I was like, "Oh, haha, Ashley, now I'm not the chubby one no more." And you could just see I'm like, "Ashley, don't even look at me like that. Nope, we're not doing that. Get out of your feelings. You used to talk all the crap about me being the chubby one, not being able to fit in the clothes. Because, Amber would be there for the whole weekend and I would only pack clothes for 2 days. So it'd be like, oh, I have to go home. I don't have clothes that fit me here."
Yeah, well, she breaks down a lot. I mean,
Yes.
when anytime I have, because I don't wanna say that, well, obviously, I just can't imagine, um, being incarcerated and being innocent
I
or
mean, I can't really say I was wrongfully incarcerated because I did take him to the gas station. So I've come to the point in life, like, I done it. Like, I was in the wrong. But, like, I was in the same type of shoes. Like, especially this time of year, being in prison, knowing you shouldn't be there. You didn't really do the crime. It sucks. You don't have anyone. You don't have anything. The guards are not the pleasant around this time of year because they're working 12-hour days. Everyone's calling off, so the guards are not making it easy at all. And I know women's prison is a whole lot different than men's, but it's still not the same. It's not like being at home with your family where you should be and not there.
Well, for her, I think that to be honest, I mean, the honest to God's truth is from what um, just working with all of this information, that there was a lot of things that she didn't know.
Yes.
There was a lot of things that she didn't know
And I
that,
honestly think deep down in, it's not justice for her that she's wanting. She's wanting the true justice for Nicole to come out.
yeah, and I don't think that no matter what we say or how we say it, anyone's going to believe that. But she has cried many a times to me about the guilt that she feels. The fact that she didn't like Nicole and Nicole didn't like her. But what happened was so out of the realm of, it's like going to school with a girl who gives you a dirty look.
That
And
was
then
me. That was me back in the day.
and then you see this person lose their life, and all of the guilt of what, like, oh my God, I didn't think I liked her, but I really did. Like, Ashley really holds a heavy burden for what happened to Nicole. And at the same time, not knowing who and what transpired beyond her knowledge. I mean, to her, this was another screwed up situation that Garrett put her in. The hospital, taking her out there. Hey, I got a friend. He owes me a tattoo when I'm fucking done. I'm gonna home. It's gonna be it. The way Garrett was, it was like a fly by the seat of your pants type deal. And,
And that's the
she,
crazy part to me because that's the type of person I was back then because I can say I wasn't. I smoked weed and then I ventured into the synthetic weed. So, of course, it didn't make me in the right mindset. And I was a venturous person. And Ashley was always, no, I'm just going to stay here. No, I don't think I want to. And then to
yeah,
hear, like, you know what I mean? I feel like definitely the drugs had an influence. Definitely.
I think the drugs were secondary at that point to the abuse. I think that it was
Yes.
just in her mind. I'm not going to argue. She voiced her opinion. I want to go home. I want to go home. And he was constantly putting it off. Well, I'm going to go out here. I'm going to get a tattoo. This dude owes me, yada, 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 yada. So they get out there and, um, you know, Jasmine's nice to her. And, she sits down on the couch. She said that she had taken whatever prescription that they had given her from the hospital. And she laid there on the couch and fell asleep. And when she woke up, Chris Mathis, who had been there the night before when she got there, her first time meeting him, was gone. And it was Garrett and Jasmine and this Mikey Hiddle in the trailer. And they were all back in Jasmine's bedroom. So she said she got up. She kind of walked down the hallway like, hey, what's going on? And Jasmine introduced Mikey to her, like, hey, this is my friend Mikey. And then Garrett informs her that, Mikey's going to take me out to JP's house. I got to get some stuff. And she's like, well, I want to go because I want to go home. And he immediately shuts her down. And when I talked to Mikey, Mikey says, yeah, they were fighting. I really wasn't sure, Mikey just coming on the scene, not knowing either one of them. But Mikey says they were fighting. Ashley was not happy with the situation. I didn't know why, but it just seemed like she wanted to get in the car and leave with us, which she did because she knew that if they were going to drive from Kitland out in the boondocks, which you can say, well, she knew where she was. She was in Kitland, but she really didn't know in Kitland where she was. It's like an hour and some minutes from Delphi.
Even
But she,
in Delphi, you can get lost on those roads.
yeah, but she knew if Garrett and them were going to Delphi, that it was near her house.
Right. It was just
So,
a phone call for them to come get her then.
right. Well, she didn't have a phone because Garrett had taken her phone. She had been without a phone for over a month. And Garrett said, "Well, okay, fuck. We're gonna go to the gas station and get your stuff ready. We'll come back by here. We'll get you, and then I'll take you home."
Right, ditched her though.
Right? They did. They did, sir. They left, never came back, and it was many, many hours later where she started calling Talitha because Talitha lived with Jason Palladino, and she knew that they were going there. So she started calling Talitha because Garrett didn't have a working phone either. She didn't have Jason's number. She only had a way of contacting Talitha through Facebook. So she started Facebook calling her. And all of that's going to come out in Talitha's interview. But
Right.
I do feel like that Ashley was just as effed up and shocked with Nicole being in the trailer as Nicole was when Nicole came in the trailer and realized Ashley was there.
I
And
agree.
it was all perpetrated by Garrett, and I feel it was perpetrated by Talitha. I feel like the two of them were in cahoots. No, let
And it
me.
was easy to pin on someone else.
I'm gonna restate that. I know for a fact that the two of them and Jason Palladino put this in the works, and I have proof. I have it in writing. I have proof that these two, Garrett and Talitha, were not only in cahoots, but they were sleeping together behind everyone's back. And it was a situation that had been going on for a very long time. And I'm going to leave it at that for now. But I feel like Ashley was put in a situation that she had no idea what was going on. And
There's a
when
lot of closed doors that weren't opened yet.
and when she walked out and seeing Nicole and Nicole seeing her, they were both like, "What the fuck?" And shit went down, and Garrett broke it up, and Garrett did what he did. And I feel like that situation, I personally feel like that was exactly what Garrett was hoping was going to happen because what Garrett was trying to do before they got there hadn't worked. So the last resort was going there, hoping for a confrontation that he could pretty much take advantage of. Everything before that and everything after that says that, bottom line. I mean, when they go back, when Garrett takes Talitha back to Jason's house and Jason comes out, pulls a gun on him, and is going off, there's a reason behind that. We're going to get into all of that because I want to stay true to the storyline here so everybody understands how this happened because this is such a twisted, messed up case. And there's so many people involved and they all have a part to play. And I want to make sure that I get it right and I don't say things that aren't true. Um, but my heart aches for Ashley and the fact that she never had the opportunity to defend herself and being in the situation that she was in with five co-defendants. And then you compile that with all of the Delphi rumors and drama and people trying to incorporate her and all of that, and her being um, a very like quiet and shy, reserved person and not knowing how to handle all of that. I think she just literally wanted to climb under a rock and die. Um, and I think the same thing goes for her family members who this was all like, you know, right hook, left hook, right hook, left hook. It just came at them so fast that you can't even get ahead of the freight train. So, and then you have Nicole, who was struggling with her own issues and then found herself in this. I don't think that either women realized the situation that they were in until it was too late. And it's just unfortunate. It really is. So I guess Amber lost her signal. Let me see here. So GP's here. Mother of Dragons is here. Under your scars. OH. Hi. Hi. Yeah. Ohio State lost today. Darn it. It was a bad day. Buckeye Nation. My older mate found a mouse in the dog water bowl and gave chest compressions. Girl, I don't recall. Hi, Cherie. You guys all must just came off of foul play, open mic, huh? Ginger, I can't give that picture. You would have to ask her mom. Her mother has been on here, and you can ask her. Um, oh, Ginger, I don't understand. What is the secrecy? Why? I mean, I get that. I mean, I honestly get this. See, this is the problem with this case. I get that you personally don't have the authority to maybe hand over a picture, but if that picture emphatically was taken on the day that Nicole died, based on what Garrett says in open court, and Nicole is wearing a hat on that day, and that hat is supposedly the hat that, I guess, is that the same hat that Ashley is supposed to be wearing in her interrogation video that she took as a trophy? I don't understand why anyone would hold that back if it's a fact. Um, all I'm going to say is this: is that in the record, in the court transcripts, there's no record of when that picture was taken. The only record is there's a picture shown, and then the liar of all get out of Garrett is asked, when was this picture taken? And Garrett says, oh, that was taken that day. Yet Ashley swears to God that Nicole, when Ashley came out of the bedroom and Nicole was standing there by the kitchen counter, Nicole didn't have a hat on. And in fact, Nicole's hair was up in a ponytail. And based on photographs from the crime scene technician, when Nicole was found, her hair was in a ponytail. So I mean, I just know based on ritual, I have long hair, and if I put my hair in a ponytail, I'm not going to put a hat on unless I'm wearing a ball cap. And my ponytail is not going to be on top of my head, it's going to be in the back. So I'm just trying to level the playing field here. I don't know why that would be kept a secret if it's just a picture of Nicole wearing a hat that Nicole's family wants to say is the same hat that Ashley has on somewhere else. Um, I mean, are we all trying to get to the truth here, or I don't understand. Yes, I believe there's way more to this case. Okay, yes, ma'am. Y'all just got out of foul play. So, Ginger, yeah, I mean, do you understand my frustration with that? Like, it's not your fault. I mean, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that let I'm just saying you can hate Ashley for whatever you believe you feel the truth is that Ashley did. Okay? All I'm asking you to do is for a moment step out of those shoes, and step over to the other side and say, what if Ashley's innocent? And all of these little pieces that everyone believed proved Ashley was guilty. Let's, let's go down the checklist and confirm or deny, and we get to the end of the list and she's not guilty. She's innocent. Then what? If the shoe was on the other foot and Ashley was deceased and it was Nicole in prison for the same thing that Ashley's been accused of, would you feel it would be fair that information or evidence that could prove her guilt or her innocence is being withheld simply because the family doesn't want to share it, yet wants to stand upon a rock and say she's guilty because of this evidence, but we're not going to show you the evidence? I understand there was a trial, and I understand there's evidence. However, that time has come and gone, and I think by now based on watching simply alone Garrett's first interrogation video, that not once does he implicate Ashley in anything. In fact, every single sentence out of his mouth is a goddamn lie. And not only is it a lie, it's an elaborate lie. Him creating scenarios, him repeating conversations that didn't happen, him standing up and giving demonstrations of what transpired that really never transpired. In fact, you can take the person who's actually sitting in prison right now that I feel is innocent. She has said, out of all of the things that Garrett has ever said in this case, what he describes in his first interrogation interview about how Nicole died is closest to the truth, except for the fact that he's telling it in a third person reenactment. So, him saying that Chris Mathis did this and he's describing it and what transpired throughout the act, she's claiming that that was Garrett. Garrett did that. And that's why he is so fluidly able to describe what happened, because it was him who actually did it. But he's saying it in a third person sense. And the bruising on his arm is from him. Ashley says that when he grabbed Nicole and he put her in the chokehold, that she believes when he let her go and let her drop to the floor, she was already gone, because he was so aggressive and he did not let go and he put so much pressure that the bruising on his arm is from that. And Ashley said that it was the fear that she felt at that moment was exactly the fear that she had when he was doing it to her, when he broke in her house and popped out on her and attacked her. So she knows the terror at that moment that Nicole was going through, and there was nothing that she could do about it. Nothing. And it's horrible. It's horrible to think about. So, under your scars, they all say that the start interrogations Chris and Garrett did it FFS. They all say at the start interrogations Chris and Garrett did it FFS. What's FFS? Under your scars, what's that mean? Sorry, I don't know. And Ginger too. By the way, when when I went to Indiana, I had to go to Indiana. Number one, because I needed to meet the family face to face because we had been talking so long on the phone. I just felt compelled, and the respectful thing to do was for me to go there and meet them face to face. However, Newton County required me to show up in person to get motions, all the pretrial motions. I had to show up. They would not let me pay for them, and they mailed them or emailed them. I had to show up in person to get them. So I had to go to get the motions. So I made it a weekend trip. And prior to that, um, I had gotten my hands on a partial part of Detective Rowe's reports. And there is an excerpt in the report where it documents a neighbor by Jasmine Parker's trailer who had um, photographs of that night, which I found to be interesting. I'm like, okay, photographs that were emailed to Detective Rowe regarding that night. I was a little interested in that, obviously. So then I had gone back through and I had watched Garrett's interrogation video, especially his second interrogation video, which we haven't gone over yet. So I'm going to kind of, um, spoiler alert, I guess. Um, in the second interrogation video, when Detective Rowe comes in, he starts laying out these like 8 by 10 photos on the table and questioning Garrett up front, like, whose car is this? Who is that? And you can tell that he's basically letting Garrett know that we have information and we have photographs of that trailer on that day where you were. So he's pretty much putting him on alert. So, Garrett is kind of like, you can kind of tell, like, he looks at him and he's like, oh, and then he comes up with who it is. So then later in the interrogation video, Detective Rowe goes into a spiel about, dude, everybody's putting this on you. I've watched rolling hours of video nonstop, like day after day after day. And I seen the car get backed up. And when he said that, I'm like, okay, through Garrett's first interview and this one, I have yet to ever hear Garrett say anything about a car being backed up. Then Detective Rowe goes on and asks Garrett about, well, when you were taking Nicole out to the vehicle to put her in the trunk, did you use any kind of alternative lighting? And Garrett's like, oh yeah, man, I had it on a cap light, like a spotlight that you put on top of your cap, and I had it on for a few minutes, and then it was too bright, so I turned it off. So then it hit me, like, okay, well, he just sat there. The Detective Rowe just sat there and talked about rolling video, rolling video for days. And then he's questioning you, of all things, about alternative lighting in the middle of the night. What would make him ask that? So the weekend that I went to Indiana and I visited with the family and I went to Newton County and spent time in the courthouse pulling all these documents and whatever, whatever. And I finally get my hand on the supplemental discovery and all of the discovery that the state had sent over to the defense. And on it is a name that I had never heard before. I pretty much everything on the supplemental discovery I had already was aware of, except for this one name. And so I look at it, and of course, I'm in constant contact with Ashley because she knows I'm in town. I'm coming to see her. I'm going to see her grandma and we're having a big dinner and all that. So when she called me, I asked her about this name and she wasn't quite sure who that person was because that information wasn't, she had never seen it, like the interview, because it said it was an interview turned over on a CD to the defense. And she's like, I don't know who that is. I never seen it. So I said, okay, well, I took a chance and I looked the name up on Facebook. Lo and behold, there's a name from Kentland, and I contacted her. It's a female. I'm not going to say her name. So I contacted her and asked her about, what interview that she gave because we don't have it. And she claimed she didn't give an interview. She claimed that the police came to her front door because she lived in the trailer park where the murder trailer was. So at this point, she has already dubbed Jasmine Parker's trailer as the murder trailer. And they were asking her if she knew Jasmine Parker or things that had gone on there. And she said that she don't believe that she had enough of an interview for them to give anything over to anybody on a CD. And then she follows up with saying, well, you might want to talk to the lady who lived at the front of the trailer park across from the murder trailer because she had surveillance video. So that was very interesting to me. And it was very interesting to me because backing up to when I seen the partial implication in Detective Rowe's report about the neighbor near Jasmine Parker's trailer emailing him pictures of individuals involved in this case, what she call it, doing, what do you call it? What's the word? They were suspect behavior, basically. Um, and she felt the need to send it over to the detective. Well, when I told Ashley about that, you know, the portion of the case report, she freaked out. She said, "Are you fucking kidding me? Those pictures exist?" And I'm like, "Well, they have to because they're in Detective Rowe's report." I said, "Were they in your discovery?" She's like, "No, they weren't, nothing like, no." She was like, "It was a rumor about those pictures existing." And I said, "Well, how were they a rumor if they're in Detective Rowe's report and they weren't in your discovery?" And she said, "Because a girl named Kyra Alice, Kaya, it's Kyra or Kaya Alice, was brought into the Newton County Jail while Ashley and the rest of them were being held there. And she was put in Ashley's pod in the jail. And she started talking to Ashley. And then she says, "Oh my God, I know who you are." She was like, um, "Jasmine Parker's mom rented me Jasmine's trailer after Jasmine was arrested with all of its content. And I moved in there in a furnished trailer, and I've been living there ever since. But the neighbor had come over thinking, you know, I wasn't related to the Parkers or whatever, to introduce herself. And she let me know that she had been monitoring the trailer for quite some time because she felt there was drug activity going on and that she had pictures from the night when the girl was murdered in the trailer. And because Ashley, so this is this Kyra Alice telling Ashley this while she's in the county jail. But when Ashley got out on bond and started meeting with her attorney, those pictures were not in her discovery. So Ashley thought it was a rumor. that those pictures existed, but come to find out they did exist. So why weren't they ever turned over? That's I mean, that's the biggest question right there. Whether they show anything or not, if they are pictures or videos filming that property on a 24-hour basis, it would at least have given Ashley's defense attorney a time frame of when the cars were coming and going, who and when and where and what. Like, it's discovery. It should have been turned over. And the fact of the matter that they weren't turned over is very suspicious in the fact because I'm telling you, Ashley swears to God that Talitha helped Garrett. Ashley swears to God that she told her attorney. She wrote her attorney letter after letter after letter while she was in the county jail, how Talitha went out in the living room and was doing shit with Garrett to help him, and that Talitha helped him take Nicole outside. Because when I told Ashley about these photos, Ashley was so ecstatic. She was like, "Oh my God, Amy, get these photos. They're going to show that there was a skinny, long, dark haired woman outside with Garrett and not a short, blonde haired girl, which was me." She's like, I didn't help him. She did. And that's where we're at. So I don't recall says, "Hi, Amy. Yes, ma'am." Um, I'm just scrolling through. Um, for fuck's sakes. For fuck's sakes. Oh, that's great. Oh my God, that's my new one. FFS. FFS. For fuck's sake. Hell yeah. Aries Fire. Did McClellan represent GK for strangling Ashley in January 2019? No, McClellan was the prosecutor in that case, Aries Fire, and he drug it out for a year and then dismissed it. And under your scars. Oh, and by the way, Aries Fire. Hey, real quick, while you're on here, Aries Fire. I remember your comment way back in the day about questioning about Ashley going in front of Judge Fouts for a traffic violation, and you claimed that she was actually in Delphi. If you go back through my shorts, I actually posted the actual case file, and where it shows that that traffic violation was paid over the counter by a family member. So you're not the only one who's questioned that. So I just wanted to let you know that it's on there. And I also posted it in the Ashley Garth case discussion group in Facebook. Oh my God, I feel like I've been on here for hours. 7, 8, 9, 10, 3.5 to be exact. Amber, where'd you go? Cherie, do you want to come up? What'd you say? If you want, I can. Okay. I'm going to drop the link right there in the chat. All right, there you go. Grab it. Yeah, there's a lot of Ginger. There's a lot of interesting things about this case, and I'm not saying that I'm 1,000,000% right. All I'm saying is that I just bear with me because you know Ashley's case right now is in post-conviction relief, so we have time. And my goal in all of this is, um, based on the evidence that I have and based on the case. I mean, and I'm talking facts. I'm talking case file information, documents, transcripts, emails. Ashley did give me access to her post or her Google Drive. Hi, Cherie.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm pretty good. How you've been on for 3.5 hours already?
Yes. But it's a Saturday night. I have nothing else to do. Ohio State lost, and I don't want to be downstairs because Mike is not in a very good mood at all.
Ooh,
So
keeping your
he
distance, huh?
oh, yeah. Like, from the first interception today, it was on. I was like, "Oh, geez." And I could actually, I have, my kids are coming over tomorrow for Thanksgiving dinner because we spread it out,
Oh,
and with my work schedule and them going to their dads and then, the Ohio State game because 2 of my 3 went to Michigan to the game. So I was like, "Okay, I'll cook. Mommy will cook on Sunday." And so I cooked all day today, and, Mike was out there in his man cave in the garage where he's got his little golfing turf and dartboard and flat screen TV, and he was coaching the Buckeyes. Clearly not doing a good job. So, anywho, yeah, here I am. But, back to what I was saying, Ginger, based on everything that we have from court documents, and then Ashley had given me access, um, like almost a year ago to her Google Drive account, which is where she corresponded with her attorney. And there's a lot of correspondence in there. And I have all of that saved, even right down to when she got out on bail, or not bail, but bond, when she was out on bond. And Chris Mathis started trying to contact her. And she was quite scared that he was reaching out to her, and she was screenshotting the messages that he was sending her. And she sent them to Lori and said, "I don't know why he's contacting me, but here are the messages." So, you know, she was not in cahoots with these people. And I know that everybody, and I'll be honest, when I first started, I've always followed the Delphi case and the POIs in the case. And when Garrett came on the scene with the new sketch 2 weeks after the arrest from Nicole's case, it seemed very clear that Garrett was possibly the bridge guy. The new sketch and all of these things that they were coming out with. I followed his case, which obviously led into um, the connection with him and Ashley's connection to Delphi, and it all spiraled from there. Um, so I, like many, went down that same path of, oh my God, these people are effed up, FFS for fuck's sakes, under your scars, that, this was horrible what was done. And it wasn't until I reached out to her. And when I reached out to Ashley, I really anticipated, it being a combative situation of, because I was just trying to get information like, okay, the case that you were involved in did not make sense at all. 5 people in a trailer, and everyone has a different story, and a girl ends up dead, and then we find out later that somebody else prior to that ended up dead, and your phone was there. Like, I really expected her to be like, "F you, I don't have nothing to say." That's not what I got. She came full force with, "I'm innocent. My truth has never been told. No one is listening. No one cares." And, I just took a step back and I thought, okay, well, I followed a lot of wrongful conviction cases, and I know exactly how shit can get effed up in the process and how small counties can do horrible things to innocent people. Um, so I listened, and I'm going to be honest, the first month or two, I didn't really take any action. I just listened to her vent to me and give me um, her story. And then slowly but surely, I started kind of like dipping and dabbing in the case and trying to compare notes. And then when she came out with, I'll give you all of this information is in my Google Drive, all of these letters and all of these um, correspondence between me and my attorney, they're in my Google Drive. But her son, um, uses that same Google account. She's like, so you have to be careful because he uses it on his tablet. So I mean, I slowly tried to get into it, but me being in Ohio, working off of a separate device, it required a notification to the original device and then, approving it. And so basically, I had to break down and reach out to her son, who's a child, and explain who I was and say, hey, can you help me? Your mom is giving me access to her email account and her Google Drive. And between him and I, we figured out and I got access. And wow, that's how we are here today because I have followed everything that Ashley has told me. I've gone down every path and she's told me the truth. And it sucks that the situation is what it is. And it sucks that it got this far, that she was incarcerated. And it sucks that Nicole's gone. Um, it all sucks. And I just want to make sure that we make it right. And I hope that everybody that's following this case or wants justice or thought they had justice for Nicole realizes that maybe justice wasn't served in her case. The arson fire with the polygraph lady, her husband is a judge, and I believe he's residing over the Ray Hainish murder. The fire was 2/17/23. GK was charged for Ray Hainish on 2/28/23. Well, there's another blip. The arson fire with the polygraph lady. So the polygraph lady is the polygraph lady. Are you talking about in reference to Elvis Fields' sister? Is that what you're talking about? The polygraph lady that was involved in the Delphi polygraph with the Odinist information? Stephanie Thompson. Okay. I'm not, Stephanie, okay. I'm not quite familiar with the name Stephanie Thompson, but I do know that the woman who gave a polygraph test to one of the individuals that was named in the memorandum for the Franks hearing in the Delphi case that was supposed to be a part of the Odinism um, scenario. The woman who gave the polygraph and her daughter died in a fire. Is that right? Is that the same fire that you're talking about? Her husband, so Stephanie Thompson's husband, is a judge, and he's the judge residing over Ray Hainish's murder case. The fire was February 17th of 2023. GK was charged for Ray Hainish on February 28th of 23. So I know that Garrett was charged in 2023. So the polygraph lady couldn't have been for the Franks memorandum. That would have had to have been some years before. So the polygraph lady is who? The Stephanie Thompson. Who is she I mean, what is her significance when you say polygraph lady? Judge Jason Thompson, White County. Okay. Well, I do know that Delgado, see, all of this stuff comes back to the surface. Mark Delgado, the prosecutor, he's now the prosecutor in White County. He used to just be an attorney, a defense attorney, in fact, in White County. And this was something that me and Travis were looking into a while back because it all just seemed too peculiar. So you've got Nick McClelland, who was the prosecutor in Carroll County, Delphi, back in 2019. And he's the one who drug out the domestic violence charges against Garrett when he assaulted Ashley. So that case was pending. Then you had the case with Nicole happen in Newton County, which was under Jeff Durinsky. Then you had it come out not long after that before Nicole was murdered, Ray Hainish had died, and that Garrett was involved in Ray Hainish's case, which was out of White County. So kind of think of a kind of like a sideways triangle. Newton County is up in the corner, White County is below it, and then Carroll County is below that. But they're not all that far apart. They are like driving distance wise, but on the map they're in line with each other. But Newton County, which is Kentland, where Nicole died, is kind of up at the top borderline of Illinois. So you've got Carroll County dragging this domestic violence case out. Then you have the Newton County case happen. And then in White County, you have Robert Guy, who is the prosecutor, who is doing nothing and saying nothing for quite some time. And then you have Peggy Garth, ma'am, Ashley's grandma, who hires a supposed really good attorney who happens to be from White County, Mark Delgado, to represent Ashley in Newton County. Because y'all have to understand that ma'am, Peggy Garth, formerly was a paralegal. So she's not ignorant to the law and how it works. And to this day, she still wants to kick herself in the butt for letting Ashley go in to Lafayette Police Department when Ashley turned herself in without representation. But you always believe that if you're telling the truth, you have nothing to worry about. And that's not always the case. Harry's fire. Stephanie Thompson, she is a veteran ISP. She gave polygraphs. Her daughter also died in the fire. Okay, so then she died. She didn't die in 23. She had to have died a couple of years back because she's the one who, so Elvis Fields is the person who confessed to his sister that he participated in the Delphi murders. And not only did he participate, but that he supposedly spit on the bodies. And he told the police officer that if his spit and DNA were found on the bodies and he could explain it, would he be in trouble? He told this information to his sister on top of stating that to the officer who dropped him off after being interrogated, that his spit being on the bodies could be explained. But he then went back and told his sister that he was there on the bridge with two girls that were murdered, and that he was a part of a ritual, and he's now a part of a brotherhood, and that the Abby girl was a pain in the butt. She was a troublemaker, and the sister went to authorities and told them what her brother, Elvis Fields, had told her. She was given a polygraph. Polygraph proved that she was telling the truth, that those things are what her brother did tell her. And it was the ISP officer who gave the polygraph and her daughter, who shortly after giving that polygraph died in a fire, and her daughter also died with her. Am I right? Or am I wrong? I'm just finding this, but I think we're talking about the same person. If rumor is right, she did polygraphs on Flora, Delphi, etc. Yes, she did. Yes. So she gave, yes, yes. And now it's funny that her widowed husband is now the judge in this case. God bless America. This is all just too close for comfort. So Mark Delgado was hired by Ashley's grandma to represent Ashley in this case. Cherie,
What?
stop talking.
Oh, okay. I'll try to be quiet.
You're not
I was
saying
taking
nothing.
notes on what you're saying. I'm trying to connect these people, like
Okay.
Stephanie. Um,
So Mark Delgado was an attorney in White County. Ashley's grandmother hired him to represent her in the Newton County case. He agreed. He took the retainer. Less than a month later, he sent one of his associates into the prison or the jail to tell her that he had a full caseload and could not take her case. He did not refund the retainer,
oh,
and then shortly after announced he was running for the elected position of prosecutor in White County. So Robert Guy, who during the entire Nicole Bowen case in Newton County stood on the sideline and acted as if he had no idea what he was going to do. He was going to wait and see what happened in Nicole's case. And then shortly after Nicole's case was finalized, he basically, I think he stepped down, and Mark Delgado just took on the prosecutor's position. And he is the one who announced that he was going to be pressing charges against Garrett for Ray Hanish's case. So it's all kind of like an A, B, C, D, E, F, G type thing. Everything's going to fall in line when we feel the need to have it fall in line, and we're all going to make it work in our favor. I feel like that's what happened. And the fact that motive for Nicole was probably 70% related to her knowledge of the Ray Hanish case and the fact that Robert Guy was not pursuing charges in that case, to me, was intentional. Because if he pursued charges, then that would make Ray's case relevant in the Nicole case. And they were trying to pull a slam dunk bullshit scenario on Ashley because Garrett already took a plea deal. And in the trial, the prosecutor wants to put him on the stand and go, so you're not gaining anything by being here. In fact, you being here testifying against your ex-girlfriend could really cost you your life in prison. No, I don't think so. No, what really could cost him his life in prison is the fact that he might have raped an individual of the same sex and murdered him. That to me is more detrimental to his safety in prison than him testifying against a girlfriend that he's claiming participated in a murder of another female. However, he did gain something by testifying against Ashley because it was all over the news. I have it in news articles where the prosecutor in Newton County stated numerous times that he was going to pursue life in prison. Him testifying against Ashley and taking a plea deal, which testifying against Ashley was part of the plea deal, dropped his sentence down to a 55-year sentence, which he only had to serve 80% of. And at that point in time, he wasn't facing charges in Ray's case. It was only until after he took the plea deal, testified against Ashley. Ashley got sentenced to 48 years for assisting a criminal conspiracy that still to this day has yet to be proven. and murder, that then Mark Delgado, who stepped up as prosecutor in White County, filed charges against Garrett for the murder of Ray.
Yeah, it's
I
just
think that
too convenient how for
it's
in a
way too convenient
yeah
for
with
everybody. It is.
dropping the dismissing the abuse of her, nearly choking her to death, and then waiting until after everything. Ashley was sentenced and all that to seek justice for Ray. It why are you doing all this? you know that's
Right.
so
It was it,
convenient for Garrett.
well, and it was because they all wanted a verdict of guilty in Newton County. And you've got Jasmine Parker, which everyone based on they all should know by now, watching her interrogation video, she was an informant. She had been working with the Newton County Police for a very long time, which is why she got immunity, and which is also why um, the state didn't call her as a witness, nor did the offense, nor did the defense. And Ashley said that every time she talked to her attorney about why aren't you bringing them in, because they were there, they know what I didn't do. And in Jasmine's case, according to Lori James, they could never get her in a deposition or in any kind of an interview without the prosecutor insisting on being present. So that explains Jasmine. Then you've got Talitha, who the state does not put on their witness list. Why? Obviously, because she's not going to say anything to help their case. Yet the defense puts her on their witness list, and what she said in her interrogation video and what she said in her deposition and then what she said on the stand are three completely different things, yet Ashley's attorney doesn't confront her on any of it. That's insane to me, because Letha could be impeached. You take, I mean, if they played her interrogation video, which I feel like the audio problems in the courtroom really hindered anyone getting a true and fair conciseness of what she was saying, and also not knowing things that were going on behind the scenes in that situation, which I don't even know. I mean, I don't even think that the investigation in this case at that point in time would have revealed what we know now. But what we know now and what she said in her interrogation video is quite hysterical. And then what she said in her deposition and then what she said on the stand, all of it. I mean, if you had a real true defense attorney worth their weight in their freaking degree, could have blown her out of the water. Why Lori James did not go toe to toe with any of this information, with any of this documentation that she could have impeached all of these witnesses on, is, you know, that's up for speculation. Then you've got Mikey Hiddle, who was with Talitha, Nicole, and Garrett all day long, all night long. And then he's the one who went to the police to help entrap Garrett. And that is the same exact interview that's recorded that Detective Rowe is playing on his phone throughout Garrett's first interview, basically confronting Garrett with the facts like, dude, you admitted to doing this all yourself. You can't now blame it on somebody else. Yet the state puts him on their witness list, and then Lori James never interviews him. So if the state had put him on the stand to question him, Lori never prepared herself to cross-examine him in the first place. She never interviewed him. Nobody, including Ashley, even know what his testimony was going to be. Why? Because he was at Jasmine Parker's trailer on Thursday, the 28th, to take Garrett all the way out to Monticello near Delphi to buy drugs from Jason Palladino. They were gone all day and all night. Ashley had no idea what transpired during those hours, other than the fact that she was trying to reach out and find out where Garrett was because she wanted to go home. So she had no idea what Mikey Hittle was going to be testifying to. And Lori James clearly didn't care because she didn't bother to interview him. But I think when push came to shove, and the state knew that Mikey Hittle really wasn't going to offer any testimony to endorse their theory. If anything, he would be saying a couple of things that they didn't want the jury to know, which was one, he was with Garrett and Nicole and Talitha all day and all night, not Ashley. That he witnessed Garrett and Ashley arguing before he left the trailer with Garrett because Ashley didn't want to be there. She wanted to go home. That doesn't sound to me like a female who was involved in the conspiracy who's going to sit there for 12 hours and wait for my so-called ex-boyfriend that I've kicked out, I've tried to stay away from, who just put me in the hospital 2 days before this and brought me here. I'm going to sit here and wait to now participate in killing the girl that he's been cheating on me with for the last several months on top of everything else. Yeah, I'm going to do that. It makes no sense.
Right.
It makes absolutely no sense. And then on top of that, after it all transpires, and the next morning, when Garrett says, "We're leaving, get your shit, let's go," she goes out to the car and he tells her to get in the back seat of the Scion because him and Talitha are riding shotgun. So, yeah, I just went through 2 months worth of hell from you. Then you show back up again. You put me in the hospital. Then you drag me all the freaking way out here to Kentland to a place I don't know. You leave me here. You're gone all day, all night. You show back up with this girl that has been threatening me, and we've been bickering back and forth on Facebook, and you snuff the life out of her. Yet I supposedly helped you. And then I'm going to go outside and get in the car and get in the fucking back seat to another girl that you are sleeping with. Yeah, I'm going to do that. It
Yeah.
makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Aries fire, what'd she say? Choreographed would be a good word. Yeah, choreographed. Yeah, all three prosecutors were choreographing everything that they needed to happen for each other in their counties. And I can't think, I mean, to be honest, if you follow a domestic violence case, like let's go back to Carroll County when it happened, January 21st. And Cherie, you're an attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. But in a case like that, where you have an individual who is arrested, where there are photographs taken, the female is photographed with duct tape on her mouth, duct tape around her arms, duct tape around her feet. Her house is torn apart. Her bathroom is completely dismantled. There's plastic lining the bathtub. There's a hacksaw in there, and some pipes have been changed out because he anticipated on dismembering her and disposing of her body down the drain pipes. And he made sure that he enlarged them. So he's arrested and he's taken to jail. And he's charged with an F6 strangulation case. That right there is ridiculous to me. It should have been attempted murder. Now, I know the laws in Indiana are different than they are here and in most places, but I would think that an F6 would probably be on the lowest spectrum of felonies.
Well, they're a little different than mine, than in my state. like an E, we would have the lowest felony, and in my state is an E felony, and then the highest is an A. So, but
Okay.
but definitely murder. Of course, murder would be higher. Uh, you know,
Well, I mean, I would think that would justify attempted murder, but it didn't. But the
I would think so.
classification is all the same. Yeah, it's still, but a felony 6. So I believe that most DV cases are handled rather quickly. There is an arraignment, there is a charge, and then there is um, basically a trial set. And I would think that the trial would be set within 90 days. Am
And I
I? Am
never
I?
had a DV case, so I can't, comment on that.
Okay. Well, I mean, based on my research, I think that most DV cases are handled within at least 90 days, if not 120 days, if factor in, the negotiations, the pretrial hearings, if the defendant's going to plea, or, they have to um, do a little bit of an investigation. However, none of that happened. It was postponed. It was postponed. It was postponed. Garrett was arrested for Nicole's case. He's sitting in the Newton County Jail doing absolutely nothing. There's 3 different transport orders put in by Carroll County to transport him back to Carroll County to face these charges. And every single time the transport orders are put in, within 24 hours, they were canceled. And that case drug out for a year. And then it was dismissed right before Ashley's case goes to trial.
How
There,
convenient.
right. Therefore, allowing, Garrett to take a plea deal, to testify against Ashley, only for that case to become a mockery in the courtroom because the prosecutor was allowed to run around the courtroom and accuse it of being an alleged charge, an alleged domestic violence that Ashley allegedly claimed to be beaten up. And her own attorney, didn't even bother to request the actual photographs from that incident. Like, she's questioning Garrett, she's questioning Detective Rowe about the domestic violence case, which Detective Rowe acts as though he doesn't even know what she's talking about. Then Garrett gets on the stand, and all he wants to do is shove in her face, well, oh, you mean the case that was dismissed, the case that they dropped? I'm not even talking about that. Like, he has the authority there in the courtroom to tell her what he's not going to talk about, and it's allowed to go on. So that whole issue becomes moot in Ashley's case, completely moot, because her attorney, instead of doing a full investigation, not only about that, but she could have called in Ashley's dad. She could have called in the grandmother. She could have called in Kevin, her stepfather, who not only owned the property and was called in the midst of the police being called when it was all going down, but he was also present when Garrett came through the back door violating the restraining order. All of them people could have been put on the stand, yet she did not do any of that. Yet she allowed Garrett to get on the stand and disrespect her and talk down to her and act as though she was stupid because the charges that she was talking about had been dismissed. And I know at the time that the family members weren't looking at it this way. They didn't know all the details about it, but simply watching now the interrogation video of Garrett, you can completely see what a narcissistic, pathological liar he is.
Yep. You said
F6
you.
is the lowest.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought. I was pretty sure that the F6 is the lowest. And the fact that it was charged as the fact that there's even a itemized felony list, like strangulation, an F6 strangulation. So, what else is an F6? A knife to the throat. I mean, I don't know how they delegate the felonies there, but yeah, F6 I felt was like very low on the totem pole. And then when I mean, I have the restraining order, the no contact order, and then you know, in most states, um, if you violate that, it's usually within like 500 feet of the person that has the protective order. And in some cases, you can't even text, call, or email. There's no contact, period. But the fact that Ashley was in the home, Kevin was in the home, they were packing up, moving her out of the home when Garrett came in the back door, and he's simply charged with invasion of privacy, and then he bonds out the same day. I don't think that anybody in that situation would ever feel safe anywhere under those circumstances.
No, he definitely must have some connection somewhere. The way he's being treated. And
Lori advised, okay, so by the way, Dawn is a friend of Lori's or a friend of Ashley's and was there during the pretrial and the trial. She says Lori advised us to write statements on behalf of Ashley a couple of days into the trial, like she already thought it was a loss, in my opinion. Um, Statements on behalf of Ashley in regards to what? Like,
maybe she means like character or stuff, so that they wouldn't be too hard on her. I'm not sure, but that's what comes to my
what?
mind.
Well, I mean, Jamie, Jamie was also a friend of Ashley's during that time, and at that time, Jamie had um, power of attorney because this was before Ashley got out on bond. Because Ashley needed someone who was able to do certain things on her behalf, and you know, Jamie had told me that Lori James had literally handed Ashley her discovery, all of her evidence. I'm talking interrogation videos, um, the autopsy photos, the crime scene photos, everything. Everything in her discovery was in a box. And she gave it to Ashley and said, take this home and look it over and then tell me what you think. That was the week prior to going to trial. And Jamie said, yeah, Jamie said that Ashley and her took that box back to Jamie's house. And she said, I literally had all of this discovery laid out on my kitchen table. And they used her computer to try and upload the interrogation videos. And some of them worked and some of them didn't. But they had the autopsy photos and the crime scene photos from Dwayne Datsman. And they did get to listen to the audio tape from Mikey Hiddle from when Mikey went into Jasper County to report. I guess that's where he was in Jasper County. But when Nicole's body was found and identified, he then knew, oh my God, the dude that I gave a ride to Delphi, who sat in my car for an hour talking about what he wanted to do to this girl, he ended up doing it. So he went to the police to tell them, hey, I think I know who did this. And of course, Mikey Hiddle had charges himself outstanding, so he was hoping to get some sort of a deal out of all of this. But he did set Garrett up on the phone. He called Garrett by Facebook Messenger, and Garrett basically laid out everything that he did. And in that conversation, Garrett says, if Jasmine had just done what the fuck she was supposed to do, no one would have saw what they saw. And Ashley said this was the week before her trial, when she heard that audio, that is when she knew, signed, sealed, and delivered, that Jasmine had been in on it all along. She thought Talitha was, because her and Talitha were never cool. They were never friends. And she always thought there was something going on between Talitha and Garrett. And in Garrett's interrogation video, Garrett comes out with it that I was cheating on Ashley with Talitha, but he was also cheating on Ashley and Talitha with Nicole. But when she said that she heard that, that's when she knew that she was screwed. That, oh my God, I sat in this fucking trailer all day and all night with this girl who was playing nice to me. And she probably knew all along something was going to go down. And Ashley had never gotten to hear Garrett's second interrogation video. And it's in his second interview where he starts to come off of some real stuff. And he admits that Jasmine and Chris knew what was going on. And I played that for Ashley over the phone, and she just started crying. And I said, "Why are you crying?" I'm like, "You knew." And she's like, "I know." She was like, "I know, but just hearing it," she's like, "it fucking sucks that I was so stupid. And I didn't want to believe that people were that evil." She's like, "But they fucked me so bad." And I'm like, "Yeah, they did." So hearing it for the first time, literally out of his mouth, I guess it was just like hitting her with a ton of bricks, even though she knew that that was the case. But hearing it, I think, just took it to a whole other level. Okay.
Yeah, can't believe that the attorney turned over all the discovery to the defendant right a week before trial. I mean, it's good for the defendant to be looking through it because they can, point out things, but the lawyer needs to be looking through that because they can figure out how they're going to present what they're going to present at trial.
Well, I have the correspondence between Ashley. Well, well, only the emails. Now I do, and I only can say this based on what I've been told, but Ashley and Jamie both, because I know that Jamie, who was her power of attorney, was in contact with Lori while Ashley was still in jail before she got out on bond. And Jamie was kind of the go between. And um, so she was kind of trying to keep Lori or get updates from Lori so she could pass it on to Ashley as to what was going on, because Ashley was kind of in the dark. But Ashley was writing letter after letter to Lori, so Lori would know what her version of the events were. And on top of that, there was a couple of times that Ashley intercepted letters while in jail between Garrett and Talitha and other people, that when Ashley was able to get her hands on them, she also gave them to her attorney. So all of that stuff was with Lori James prior to Ashley even getting out on bond. Then once Ashley got out on bond, through her Google Drive, I can pull up the emails and stuff where Ashley is emailing her the same information and asking, "Hey, are we going to get together and talk about my case? You know, I'm worried that, I don't think that you know everything that happened." And Lori kept putting her off, like, "Well, I'm going to wait until this hearing, this pretrial hearing, and then we'll get together." And then there was one email that I really thought was fucking bizarre, where after all of this correspondence, it was almost like Lori wasn't even reading her emails or reading the information that Ashley was conveying to her. And Lori had responded to Ashley with a question like something along the lines of, well, how do you know this Mikey Hiddle? And where does he come into play in all of this? And Ashley responded with, I told you, I didn't know him. He's not in play at all. He picked Garrett up from the trailer that morning and they left. And Garrett came back and he came back with Talitha and Nicole. So I don't know him. And then Lori responds with, oh, okay. So you were there like almost an entire day. So that would explain your DNA being in the trailer. And Ashley's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I was there. I was there the night before. I stayed the night. I slept on the couch. I was there all day and all night, walking around. I helped Jasmine clean. I felt stupid. Like, I'm here. I don't know you. What are you doing? You want help? Like, but it was almost like Lori wasn't even paying attention to anything in the case. And it's clear when it goes to trial that Lori James did not know the case or how to defend Ashley because her questioning, her line of questioning, her lack of questioning, her lack of attempting to impeach anybody, that she clearly had information and interrogation videos that she could have utilized by transcribing the interrogation videos to impeach them while they were on the stand. She did none of that. Have you had a chance, Cherie, to go over the transcripts yet or any of them at all?
Honestly, when I go in there, I only see two deposition not deposition, dispositional transcripts. So I haven't found the actual transcripts yet.
You know why? I need to reallocate your like your shared status
Okay.
because I think that's what was in my original Dropbox, and then me and Travis converted everything together. And so the one that Travis and I have shared has a ton of information. We have everything in there. All of the motions that I got, the transcripts, all the interrogation videos, emails, the letters, the audio recordings of the interviews that I've done, all of that's in that shared file. I'll do that
Okay.
before Monday. Under your scars. Where do I start? Where do you start on what? Oh, from beginning. Yeah, this case it's a doozy because it was so I think it was so improperly handled from the beginning. I mean, when I go over the transcripts and you've got the pathologist who is testifying via Zoom. I mean, he doesn't even start out with time of death, um, what the victim was wearing when they were brought in, what steps he took to, preserve her items of clothing or nothing. He goes straight into the particular hemorrhaging in her eyes. And I'm like, okay, where's the rest of your report? I mean, and then that's when, when I was talking to Ashley about it, and she said, well, a lot of the reports, they really didn't get into going over while the witness was on the stand. They passed the report out to the jury and let the jury pass the reports around. And I'm like, well, how is the jury supposed to interpret, a
Right.
pathologist's report or, the DNA testing that was done? How, that's weird to me.
It is.
I wonder, I don't know if that's Indiana standard on how they handle trials, or if that's a situation where one side or the other tried to pull it off. For example, the prosecution tried to pull it off in hopes that the defense wouldn't object, and she didn't. She allowed it to happen because that report and everything within it, if it's not discussed while the witness is on the stand, it's not put in the record. It's not recorded by the court reporter.
Right. That uh, I kind of doubt that's like a standard. I mean that a good attorney would, or a good, these, a prosecutor who is doing the right thing or trying to do the right thing would do, because it's ludicrous that a regular person on the street would understand those reports without explanation.
Right. Well, because when I was the transcripts that I'm still waiting on, which is the Indiana State Labs testimony, and I was, talking to Ashley about, the DNA and what was tested, what wasn't tested. She said that report, he did take the stand and he talked about some things, but the entire report was passed around to the jury. And she's like, so it's not, I don't know. She's like, I don't know if it's going to be in the transcripts. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Well, you remember when I told you that? That was a couple weeks ago. I told you that when I was waiting on those transcripts, and then I found out that it might not even be in the transcripts. That's frustrating.
It is.
Holy fuck. Yeah. It is. It's very frustrating. But, I think, I don't know. I guess you just always try to, believe that good versus evil will prevail. And I feel like justice for Nicole, um, yes, Garrett pled guilty to 55 years, but I also think that that plea came with a price, and that was somebody else being implicated. And I truly believe that Talitha should be sitting where Ashley is sitting. And because of the relationship that him and her had, and the relationship that Talitha had with Jason, is what kept her safe until now. And now I say that because Talitha has now been involved in testifying against Garrett in the Ray Hainish case, which that's very telling. If this wasn't a conspiracy in Nicole's case and Talitha wasn't there at Ray's, what could she possibly be testifying to?
Good point.
And I've gone through, actually, Dawn has helped me tremendously. Ashley's friend, her and I have been kind of working together on dissecting a lot of these rumors. And because there's a lot. I know that, you know, right up until Ashley's trial and then Ashley being convicted, there were a lot of rumors and speculation. But since I've been digging into this, there's a lot of stuff that's gone way left field. And there's a lot of names that have been dropped that I've never heard of before. There's a lot of things that have come out that I had never heard of before. And that grand jury list that I have with the names on it, I've been able to dissect that list and pinpoint who each person is and what they were testifying to. and right down to the person who bought the TV that was stolen from Ray's. I know who that is. What they actually said on the stand is still under lock and key, but what Talitha said on the stand is still under lock and key. But I'm telling you, it's enough that it ruffled Garrett's feathers so bad that he is now coming out with the truth about Talitha. And when we get to that point, that's going to be, like, I hate to say it, in the YouTube world, it's going to be a bombshell, but it is. And the other information that I have that you've seen, Cherie, between Garrett and Talitha is also a bombshell. And it's very telling, and it pretty much lays everything out within 4 pages.
So stay tuned, huh?
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm talking about, that night that we stayed up until like 1 o'clock in
Yeah,
the morning. It was over.
yeah, I know about the one part of it, not about the other part. I don't know yet, but at
Yeah,
least I
there's a
don't
lot.
remember.
And I just, I mean, I could come out and say it, but it would skip all of the details in between, and I feel like all of the details in between are just as important as the end result, simply for the fact that we have a mother who lost her life, we have another mother who's in prison, for pretty much the rest of her life, because 48 years is, to me, a life sentence, especially when she has a 13-year-old son who's being raised by her grandmother who's in her 80s. And she cries all the time about the fact that if something happens to ma'am, what's going to happen to her son, and the fact that she won't be there when she loses her grandma. And her grandmother is a driving force, I believe, for that entire family. She's just a genuine, strong woman, and I think that she's the backbone to that family. Um, so I equally feel for both sides, and at the same time, post conviction takes a long time. So we have time to get through all of this. And I think that the whole story needs to be told for both Nicole and Ashley. It's important that everybody knows what happened to each one of them and how it happened. And I'm not forcing anybody or twisting anyone's arm to believe or see things the way that I do. But when the facts are in front of you, it's really hard to deny. And, um, you know,
Yeah, and
it
I
is what it
think
is.
laying it out in order helps the pieces to fit together better for people that aren't familiar with everything. So I think you're doing it the right way.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's hard because I want to just come out with it, and but at the same time, taking it slow like I have been, and dissecting like every little piece of this. I mean, I don't think that people realize, like, these interrogation videos I have listened to. Um, I'm lucky to be in a position at work where I can I have access. I can use my earbud, and I work by myself all day long, and I do nothing but go over this stuff over and over and over again. And then I go back to you know different YouTube creators that covered the case back before it even went to trial. And then I try to, in my head, between what I know and then these interrogation videos and then the documents that I have, I try to, in my head throughout the day, categorize it to be able to rebut certain things. So taking it slow is still not slow enough, because there have been bumps in the road along the way where I've come across information that I felt, okay, this doesn't really fit in here. And then I pursue it, and it takes me down a whole different road. And like Dawn and I have, I've given her a list, I've had a list, and throughout the day while I'm at work, She's sending me information. We're tracking down people, who they're related to, um, what they were doing at the time when this all transpired. And, there's been a couple of things where I've had to take a step back and go, okay, well, maybe this isn't, maybe this didn't go down exactly the way I thought it did. And then I pursue it, and then I find out, okay, this is a dead end. So, like, taking it slow is what needs to happen in order for the truth to come out. And I also want to do it accurately and present the truth, um, for both sides, because I'm not here to, if Ashley was guilty, I wouldn't be sitting here advocating for her. Um, I just wouldn't be. But from day one, literally day one, and I think that nobody in this scenario who follows Delphi, who followed Garrett Kurz, and the fact that he could have been a part of the Delphi case, and then you bring in Ashley. I don't believe that anybody from day one ever gave Ashley a chance at all. She was guilty from Jump Street, and from guilty, it spiraled out into all of these different scenarios and all of these different conspiracy theories, and how she could have been involved in Delphi, or how Garrett was attached to her being involved in Delphi. I mean, it just went from one bad scenario to another. Nobody gave her the opportunity to ever, um, well, no one gave her the benefit of the doubt to find out the truth. And her being her, and being, I don't want to say that Ashley is a weak individual, but Ashley is not a boisterous person. So, in the depth of everything being compounded on her, plus the charges, plus the fact that she's separated from her family and her son, and she's sitting in jail amongst people who are looking at her and calling her a snitch. Don't talk to her. You can't trust her. She's a snitch. She's not on our team. She was very isolated. And then on top of that, you have an attorney who is telling her, don't speak to anyone. Don't talk to the media. Don't do any interviews. Don't write anybody back. Don't say a word. It could hurt your case. And she followed that. She followed that. She truly believed that her attorney had her best interest at heart. And I think from the onset, Lori James probably did have her best interest at heart. But when everything's working against you, and the entire community around you thinks that your client is a monster and a cold-blooded killer, and she was dating somebody who was possibly a participant in the Delphi murders, I really think that this inexperienced attorney really felt like her back was against the wall, and defending someone in that situation would have ruined her career, being a brand new attorney who had just hung her own sign out in front of her law offices, knowing that as a public defender, she would have to deal with this prosecutor day in and day out, and the judge day in and day out. She was pretty much chalking up this loss before it even got to trial. That's what I see that's happened.
Yeah, it does sound like that.
Yeah.
That she just kind of gave up, or just didn't
Yeah,
know
well,
what to do.
she really didn't pursue any kind of a defense. I mean, from opening statements to closing statements, there was really no defense, when Ashley truly had a massive defense with evidence to back it up. But I think, you know, it was just, if it wasn't for the Delphi case, bringing all of the attention into this or onto this case, I really feel like this was a small county um, case, slam dunk, easy win, get it done, get it over with. No one's really watching the proceedings. They're all worried and invested in the rumors and what's going on over there in Delphi. So I don't even know how many people are still in chat, if they're all still here. Time is it's 11:30. Good
It
Lord.
says 10, according to my.
It's 11:30. It's way past 10.
No, no, I'm saying there's 10 in the chat, it looks like.
Oh, 10 watching. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, who's
Mhm.
still watching? Who are the 10? Drop a 1 in the chat if you're still here and paying attention. And is there anything else you guys want to talk about or question or anything like that? Otherwise, so how did it so did you leave foul play and come straight over here?
Yeah, as soon as it was over. I didn't think you were
Yeah.
still live. And I'm like, I refreshed it and oh, she is still live.
Yeah.
So,
I've been here all night. And I have like this I have oh my gosh, this whole week I've been fighting a cold.
oh no.
Yeah, so I feel like my face I've had a headache all day, and I took some Aleve
Oh,
before I came up here, and, I've cooked all day, but I feel like my mouth's not working, my tongue is not working, I feel like my words are slurred, and, but I mean, like, literally, I've been feeling really under the weather, like I was about to come down with the flu, and I told like, the last Wednesday night and was it Wednesday night and Thursday night? I think I laid down at, like, 5 o'clock. Because I was just tired and I just didn't feel good. And then Thursday night, Mike is getting up in the middle of the night vomiting and he's sick. And I'm like, okay, so I didn't feel nauseous. I didn't feel sick like that. I felt like flu like symptoms. Like my body was aching, my back was hurting, my head was hurting, I had like a little bit of a sore throat. And then it transponds to him and he's vomiting. So I'm like, "What is going on here?" So this whole week has just been blah.
oh, you should, sounds like you should get some rest then, especially if you've got to cook tomorrow again.
No, I actually today, leading up to today, I cooked all day. I got my stuffing done, I got my sweet potatoes done, my green bean casserole done, my pasta salad. I boiled my eggs, so making deviled eggs. My kids are all coming over tomorrow, and, I wanted to try to get as much done as I possibly could so I didn't have a kitchen full of a mess. So, but I got a lot of that done today. But so there's only a couple responding, so everybody else must not be paying attention. So I think that we can cut it loose for the night. Um, so Cherie, do you have you have those cases that Travis sent you for a pack, right?
I have, I, I have a list of them. I haven't looked them all up yet.
Okay, well, I have the form that needs to be filled out, which I can fill it out, and then I have all the documentation to go with it. But there's like a paragraph at the bottom where you basically cite, you know, what the issues are. And that's where I wanted to put in, our legal basis
Okay,
for so between now and Monday, maybe we can work on that because you only get 30 days from
okay,
the and I know the initial responses that came back, um, I'm not at the 30-day mark yet, and then that final response that they sent based on the email that I sent has only been, like, 2 weeks ago. So I wanna get it all done before the 30-day mark for all of it to make sure
right.
that I'm not, like, procedurally barred. So
Yeah, don't need to give them another excuse.
right. Under your scars, what'd she say? Gonna run through things. Gonna run though. Thanks, ladies. Thank you for stopping in under your scars. All right, Cherie, thanks for hopping over here. But I think we can call it a night. It's been a long night.
Okay.
Okay, I will talk to you tomorrow, and then I will obviously see you on Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, good night. Good night,
Good night.
everybody in chat.